final half day of this 4-day tournament, and rightfully so. The weather is as intense as it can be, 32 degrees Celsius.
That's why.
But there is a breeze blowing across Nuvali sands for this first of two battle for third place matches we have.
East Asia, team from Japan, and of course, one team from Oceania, coming from down under. The pair from Australia.
For Japan, number 1, Asami Shiba. Number 2, Reika Murakami. And their opponents across the sands from Australia. Number 1, Lizzie Olchin. And number 2, Georgia Johnson.
Well, these two teams trying to salvage what's left of the second Nuvali Open, try to finish at the podium with a win over the other. It is the duo from Japan falling in that match against Fayesh and Fleming.
Oh, definitely a tough face-off for them.
Meanwhile, we saw here at center court how Alchin and Johnson went down against Pauly and McDonald, as Alchin gets on the board first for Australia.
Aussies have the height advantage. Meanwhile, Japan relies heavily on their defense and likewise their speed and agility. Let's see what prevails.
Murakami passed too close to the net. The save is no good, but you love the effort again of this Japanese duo.
And that's going to be the biggest ticket for them. Defensive effort, quickness to try and match up.
Well, a good start here for Australia, who lost in straight sets earlier today in the semifinals. Good save by Johnson. Alchin with the knuckleball. Murakami attacking. It's outside.
3-0 start here.
And good job by Johnson, avoiding touching the ball as she was going down.
Alchin and Johnson did not have this start earlier. In their semifinal loss
Against Pauly and McDonald.
Although the second set was much better for them.
That's right.
Even at the lead.
And there's the first point of Japan.
Cross-court delivery. Away from the taller blocker.
Reika Murakami with the serve. And an ace.
Domarigato says Reika. Down 3-0. Strings up 2 consecutive points. Lead down to 1.
Reika Murakami is back in the same position she was in the first Nuvali Open, where she finished third as well with a different teammate, Suzuka Hashimoto. There's a nice shot for Asami Shiba. And they're on a 3-point run, Coach.
3 down earlier. Now deadlocked at 3. Excellent fight back.
Oh, we know this Japanese pair, Coach.
All heart.
All heart. And a lot of excellent plays, but that serve finally stops the run of Japan.
Remember that when teams made it to the round of 16, every match was a knockout match.
Yeah.
From round of 16 to the quarterfinals, all the way to the semis, to earn a spot in the finals. So if you want to bring home the crown, that will be 4 straight matches that you have to win, starting from the round of 16.
That's right. Johnson with an ace.
Oh, that's 4 matches in 2 days, by the way.
Right.
Notwithstanding the pool play.
Good pass by Murakami. Alchin unable to control the first touch.
3-point run Australia, 3-point run Japan. 2-point surge Australia. Japan chalks up the next point on that last attack point. 5 against 4. Oh, 6 against 4. That service error.
That's a shame because Asami Shiba was the last one to stop practicing her serve prior to the match.
Second service error for Japan.
And meantime, it's on the line for Lizzie Alchin.
Third service ace. Out of the 7-point output. Something that they worked on prior to this match.
Yeah. Both these teams were practice serving a lot earlier, especially Shiba. And there's a nice block by Johnson.
Height advantage. Perfect timing for Georgia Johnson.
Johnson is 5'11", and so is Alchin. Nice looking serve by Lizzie Alchin. Here comes Murakami. That is into the net. No block touch there.
This was just a 5-4 count.
Yeah.
Came from a 3-0 standoff.
It's a 4-0 run for Australia.
6-1 run from a 3-all standpoint.
Johnson unable to give it a good pass to Alchin, stopping the run of Australia. But the damage has been done. They're up by 4.
They've been able to once again resume their strong start.
Well, I'd like to see it. I'm sure if the fans didn't see it yesterday, those decoy plays by Murakami and Shiba had a lot against Thailand yesterday. They're going to use, at least need that. They are to deceive the blocking of Australia. Easy point for Alchin there.
Against the smaller defender or smaller blocker. Easy shot to make and convert. 5-point lead.
That's into the net for Georgia Johnson. So some free points for Japan.
For service error only for Australia.
Alchin with a pass. Murakami gets it back.
Too long.
And sends it long.
The defense was excellent on that pullback decision. Transition offense was not. Back to a 5-point deficit for Japan.
Alchin serving has been superb in this battle for bronze. And the knuckleball with her back behind, or back facing the net. Asami Shiba sent that one outside.
Shiba tried to attack before the blocker was set. Before the pullback happened.
A little too fancy that shot from Shiba. Murakami partially blocked. The up, easy push for Alchin, but there is a net touch on Murakami.
Quick on their feet are the Australians. So far, Japan with a total of 7 errors. 2 from the service line, the rest from attack errors.
Another great serve from Alchin. Murakami hasn't been as effective as she is in the tournament because of the defense of Alchin and Johnson.
8 errors of the 14-point output. More errors than their total points. And the deficit is the number of error count that they have committed.
Murakami looking to make up for the error, and she finally gets the side out for Japan, sending us to the technical timeout. A nice shot, but a long way to go if you're Japan, down by 7 here in the opening set of this bronze medal match. Take a look at the previous winners. And we mentioned Reika Murakami last year, bronze medal with a different teammate. Georgia Johnson also with a different teammate, silver. Meantime, Stephanie Fayesh with a different teammate as well. She's going to be competing for the gold medal match again later.
And that's the kind of excellence that they bring.
Yeah. Good serve by Murakami. And here comes Johnson. Off the block of Shiba. Chance ball here for the Australians. Johnson again with an open net. The knuckleball sails long. Well, good idea for Japan that time, not guarding the net. Got a free point.
Only the second error, by the way, of the set for Team Australia. No wonder they are ahead by 7. Error number 9 for Japan.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Big one. Over 50% of the total output of Australia have come from miscues from East Asia.
Much better pass from Murakami. But that one is wide again.
Block
and
touch.
no block touch. Nope.
Oh, no block touch.
Yeah, that's too bad.
10 errors.
For those who are just watching us, this is quite unlike Shiba and Murakami. We have not seen them throw away this many points ever in a match. In the 4 that they've played so far. Well, they make up for it. Murakami with a nice lob.
From our perspective, the sand is quite wet right now. They watered it before this match started because of the peak brightness of the sun. Around 1 p.m., 12 noon to about 1 p.m.
Wow, what a solid hit by Johnson.
No second chance given to Japan. No consecutive points. Remember earlier, the score only stood at 3 points apiece.
Back to the biggest lead of Australia at 8 points. Alchin. That one's wide.
Too much side spin on that shot.
Despite the error, it's been all Australia here in the opening set of the bronze medal match in the women's division.
Only the 3rd error of the set here for Australia.
Wow.
Versus 10 for Japan.
It's near perfect beach volleyball for Alchin and Johnson. Alchin, there you go.
And you have a sense that part of their game plan is to overpower the diggers. Knowing for a fact that in terms of blocking, that will not be an ultimate defensive weapon for the team in pink.
Just get it done as quickly as possible and get out of the sun. Bring home the bronze. That is the game plan for Georgia Johnson, who's set to serve, and her teammate Lizzie Alchin. Australia restoring their biggest lead at 8 points once again. Murakami got it.
Knuckleball straight
No, it is. Yeah, finally got it.
Knuckleball straight to that spot. Touch by the Australians.
The lines judge called it out, but then overruled by the first referee. Good serve by Asami Shiba. And here comes Alchin. Alchin again. Shiba pops it up, and Murakami sends it over. Alchin, a tough chase. Back-to-back points for Japan.
And that is the kind of rally that Japan usually imposes on their opponents. Lengthen the point and at least give a 50% chance for the other team to commit a mistake.
Alchin pops it up. 6-point game. Asami Shiba was right there, just unable to control the first touch.
Alchin once again overpowering the digger. Gets to the spot. But how can you keep that ball up and in play?
Japan using their one and only timeout to try and stop the momentum of Australia that it's been on that side, the yellow side, since the start.
I really thought that they would call it earlier.
Earlier, right? Well, it helped a little bit. Forced the error on the serve by Lizzie Alchin, but it's still a long way back for Japan, down by 6. Good serve. And it's an ace. So this is a 2-point run for Japan, Coach.
And this gives them more confidence and a little bit of momentum. If
Yeah.
not for this set, at least in the coming set.
Right. Oh, great serve. Another ace. 3-point run. The biggest run for Japan here in the opening set.
Good developing here for Japan.
Some reception issues for Australia. Another good-looking serve, but a better pass coming from Johnson. Murakami pops it up. Here comes Japan on the attack. Got it. Wow.
Tremendous rally, down 8 earlier.
And now Australia calling a timeout. Their lead down to 3. What a difference a timeout makes for Japan. They were down by 7, and then they went on this amazing run, cut the deficit down to 3. The biggest lead of Australia was 8 points, Coach.
That's correct. Talk about big fighting hearts.
Yep. They change ends. Murakami still serving, and
Wow.
that's got to hurt.
And just like that, Australia has set point. All it took, one timeout.
One mistake. One mistake for Japan.
Margin
and now
for error was very slim for Japan.
they're facing 4 set points. Johnson with a good serve. Tough get for Shiba. Here comes Murakami. Got it. Now Japan still in it.
And definitely the level of play of this pair from Japan has improved immensely. From the service line, in terms of transition plays.
Short serve, almost an ace. On 2. There's a block touch they're going to call against Murakami, and Australia wins it off that little touch and push from Georgia Johnson.
Off the block point here by the yellow shirts. They were under siege late in this set. But eventually, too big of a lead was enough cushion for them to stay afloat and will be 1 set ahead of Japan.
Set 1 highlights in this win by Australia against Japan in the battle for bronze.
The breakaway happened after the first 6 points. They all stand off. First 3 points went to Japan or to Australia. Next 3 points taken by Japan. After that, it was all Australia until the scoreline was at 19-12. Japan gave up 10 points out of those 19 points. Eventually rallied. The lead was just down to a couple of points. But that final error for Japan, that service error, moved Australia to 4 set points. And eventually, it was too tall for them to overcome.
Well, it was a slow start for Japan in the opening set. Let's see if they start much better here. But a good push by Alchin, well, for the first point of the second set.
I believe that when you are in double figures in terms of errors committed, it's going to be very hard to pull through.
Good serve again by Alchin. A knuckleball coming from Asami Shiba. Alchin attacking and scoring again. Back-to-back points.
For the second straight set, jumping the gun of this pair from Japan. And definitely that's a part of their game plan.
And this is what Japan needs to avoid, getting into a hole against Australia. There's Murakami responding right away.
Something that they needed sooner than late. They had a very good showing from the service line late in that first set.
Murakami, nice looking serve. Remember, she had 2 straight aces down the stretch in the opening set. But that one, Georgia Johnson gets in the scoring column here in set number 2.
10 attack points for Japan. Australia only had 6 attack points in that first set win, by the way.
Quite unusual for a very good offensive team like Japan. Murakami, right on cue, showing us why they're so good at scoring points. Short serve from Shiba. Alchin. Just a little too far for Asami Shiba, as Alchin really starting off aggressive here in set number 2.
I don't know if you'll agree with me. It seems that they're having problems moving. Mobility hampered perhaps by the heat, but you have to play through it.
Murakami does the same shot that Alchin had earlier to keep it a close game.
Still down, but only by 1. Fighting back as early as possible and disallowing Australia from building a bigger lead.
And that's the key, I guess, for Japan, really.
Stay close.
Yeah. We know they're talented offensively and they're quick on defense. As Murakami again with another ace. That's at least number 3 for her already in the match.
Talk about taking a big risk. She went for the line.
Tied at 4. Second set. Japan in a must-win situation to bring home a bronze today. It's not coming back. Good hit again by Georgia Johnson.
Good variation coming from Johnson. Still a 1-point lead. No taste of the lead so far for Japan. Not once in this match so far.
Yeah. Shiba.
Quick.
Yes. Australia wasn't even ready yet.
1-2 play for Japan. Again, before the blocker and the digger was set.
Alchin just got frozen in her tracks.
I remember how well Australia established its blocking in the early goings of set 1.
Here comes Alchin. Right down the middle.
No blocker present. Pullback defense was evident. Placement right between the 2 defenders.
Down the line serve. Easy pickup for Shiba. Shiba with a knuckleball.
Oh,
nice shot. Lizzie Alchin just punching the ball across the net on the first touch.
Reaction time and excellent direction taken. Beyond reach of Team Japan. Back to a 2-point lead. Anchored in a 2-point run.
Service out.
And the serve goes out, the lead goes down to 1. Service Murakami.
Tough pass for Alchin. Alchin on the rise and easily scoring above the small, diminutive Asami Shiba.
Height disparity. Height advantage. Excellent opportunity. Point pocketed here by Australia.
Well, Japan still sticking around here. Only a 2-point game.
Blocking is almost non-existent for Japan, relying on pullback defense and their dig defense as well.
Murakami blocked. Speaking of, Georgia Johnson makes it a 3-point lead for Australia.
Is this the pull away that Australia is looking for the second consecutive set? towering Georgia Johnson.
Murakami tries again.
This time away from the blocker. Enough space to operate to beat the defense of Georgia Johnson. Good decision coming from Murakami. 7 in the set.
Good pass by Alchin. Here comes Lizzie. Off the block and scores.
Headshot delivered by Alchin. Again, blocker not able to rise high enough to deter Alchin and cover her excellent visual after that nice vertical that she took.
Oh, what a shot again. Asami Shiwa, just smart beach volleyball right there.
The reaction of Alchin says it all. After the serve, was not able to get inside at once.
And it's not easy spotting those openings.
That bump pass was supposed to be directed to the setter.
Right. Alchin. Murakami picks it up. Reika Murakami, cross court, catches a line.
No pull away. Instead, it's an uprising here for Japan. Much better performance. Better mobility on their part and aggression.
Now serving to tie it here in set number 2. She's got at least 3 aces already. Reika Murakami. What a pass coming from Alchin. Murakami pops it up. Here comes Japan. A block by Johnson. Alchin. Murakami. Yes. And Alchin is upset, talking to the first referee.
Score is now tied at 10.
Alchin complaining about something vehemently. Well, first referee just shut her down. 10-all. Comeback complete for Japan, tying the game here in set number 2. Johnson.
Oh,
got it.
On focus, Georgia Johnson. This allows Japan from taking the lead. Could have been disastrous. Instead, they are ahead again by a solitary point.
Big side out from Australia to regain the lead, but
courtesy of Georgia Johnson.
it looks like Japan's slowly starting to build momentum, Coach Ronnie.
And you can sense that Alchin is getting a little tired at this stage. Good thing for Australia, Georgia Johnson has been moving really well, blocking extremely well as she can.
And service fault by Johnson ties the game at 11.
Just as I say it, a service error happens here for Australia.
Asami Shiba gets an ace! And don't look now, Japan on top by 1.
Japan also had 4 aces in that set, 1 loss. Or 3 aces. First ace of the lead in this set.
Alchin attacking Murakami. Shiba, perfect place for the dig. The lob. Oh, what a shot by Lizzie Alchin. A rare first touch, straight to a point for the Australians.
We saw that earlier as well in a punch coming from Australia. If Australia is to close out this match in 2 sets, Alchin's best must be seen in the next coming points.
Tied at 12. Good pass by Murakami. Here comes Japan. Alchin, quick to the dig. Alchin again. Back-to-back points for Lizzie Alchin.
Losing traction of that lead earlier. Strings up 2 consecutive points. Focus is back right now for Alchin.
floater on the Alchin serve. Murakami, a little deceptive play. Oh, terrific. She curled around Asami Shiba, distracting the entire defense of Australia before coming back for that knuckleball.
Misdirection from her end. But what about the double and triple effort coming from Johnson and Alchin to try and save that play?
Just coming up short, 13-all. Japan looking for the lead once again on the Murakami serve. Good pass by Alchin. And blocked by Shiba, but not enough to turn it away.
And again, the bigger attacker scoring against the smaller blocker. We've seen that story all throughout this match. Smart.
Again, this is what they did to Thailand yesterday.
We saw that. That's a reprisal coming from Shiba. Beaten by the attacker earlier, now she uses her smartness this time to wrong foot. The strong blocker or the taller blocker tied once again.
Terrific decoy play of Murakami and Shiba. It doesn't get any better than this. Alchin sets it up. Here comes Johnson. And net touch. They call against Johnson, and Japan back on top by 1.
Because of that persistence, even if they're the smaller unit or smaller team, because of that block attempt that forced that net touch on Australia.
Asami Shiba serving down the line. Bad pass by Johnson. And it's a 2-point lead for Japan. Timeout, Australia.
A lot of pace on the serves of Japan. Some problems with the first ball of Australia were followed behind by the biggest deficit down 2 at the stage.
It is a battle for third here at Nuvali Sands, the main court. The first bronze medal match of the second Nuvali Open. It's between Japan and Australia. Japan down a set, but they're up by 2 here in the second.
Reception problems hounding Australia at this stage.
Ooh, what a quick reply right there by Georgia Johnson.
That's the value of the first ball. You keep that ball alive, you receive well, then you can go to your point of attack. Japan, 11 errors in that set, 1 loss.
Yep.
Japan, no single error so far in the set. Last 2 points coming from Australia. First an attack point, then their own version of a service ace. Tied once again. One set up rather. Australia winning the first set 21-17.
16-all, set 2. Must-win situation for Japan. Murakami with a cut shot.
Leaving Alchin to bite the dust in that last offensive sequence. Again, Japan had 10 attack points in that set 1 loss. Australia only 6. But 11 errors committed by Japan in the previous set.
Oh, what a nice move at the net by Asami Shiba. Japan staying alive here in set number 2.
Again, turbulent first ball for Australia. 2-point run here for Japan after Australia tied it at 16-all.
Japan in a good position to send this match into a third and deciding set.
Oops.
Johnson. Oh, Murakami unable to get it, but nice save by Shiba. Now Australia's turn to attack. Alchin. Got it.
Retreat, pullback. Relying on their dig defense. Beaten by Australia. Australia continues to fight back. aiming to close it out, while Japan, as you mentioned earlier, looking to extend this match on the third set.
Georgia Johnson serving. Australia still down by 1. They're looking for a 2-point run. Murakami got it.
That's a big one from Murakami.
Yeah.
Not challenging the blocker, but hitting away from the blocker straight to that open area. Alchin could not react. Now they fall behind by a couple of points once again. Japan closer to sending this contest into a third and final set.
2 points away, Japan, from winning set number 2. Murakami through the block. Alchin rising. Now Shiba to Murakami. Pushing it to the back end. Scoring!
Murakami has been at the forefront of this second set excellence for Japan. Shiba has had her share of brilliance. It has been Murakami carrying this team on her shoulders. 3 set points for Japan.
Murakami. Yes! Terrific performance by Japan here in set number 2, Coach Ronnie.
Same scoreline, different narrative. But the bottom line, we play to the third set, the final one in a race to 15.
Must-win situation for Japan, and Shiba Murakami responding with big games here in set number 2 to extend this battle for bronze to a third set, Coach.
Talk about urgency. Playing for a total of that much. 38 points played. No error for Japan.
Yeah.
In the first set, 38 points played. 11 errors for Japan. That's 11 of the 21 points of Australia. Let's do our math. But what it boiled down was shot making for both Australia and Japan in that previous set. Race to 15. Third and final set.
Johnson off the block of Murakami for the first point of set number 3.
Overpower the shorter blockers. Start with major force. That has been the tagline of Australia all throughout this match. Meanwhile, for Japan, it's all about resilience and persistence.
Good looking serve, but a nice pass by Murakami. Here comes Japan. Murakami looking for the down the line and misses it.
That's why. Well, remember, the biggest problem for Australia in that second set loss? Reception.
Yeah.
That we had a chance to see late in the first set already.
Good start for Australia after losing set number 2. Murakami looking to answer. That is Doug.
Well played.
Alchin on the attack. Buries that one. 3-0 start for Australia.
Celebrating every point. Yeah. And for the third straight set, Australia has come up with a fiery opening.
Yeah.
But normally, Japan is able to rally.
Let's see if they have an answer here. Shiba and Murakami. Final set. Battle for bronze. Service fault for Alchin to gift Japan the first point.
3 errors for Australia. In that second set loss, 4 in that first set win, total of 7. Can they receive better?
There's your answer. Now the attack from Alchin. Comes up short. Back-to-back errors for Australia and 2 easy points for Japan.
Yeah, that was not the best first ball that they could get. Yeah. Bubble on the first ball, leading to that attack error for Australia.
Japan back in it without exerting too much effort. And now a chance to tie on the serve by Reika Murakami. Johnson attacking. Good defense by Shiba. Shiba to answer. Blocked by Johnson.
That's how Australia started. But as we mentioned earlier, Japan showing signs once again of having that blistering rally that they showed for the third straight set before Georgia Johnson rescued Australia from surrendering the lead here in the final set.
4-3. Australia back on top by 1. Tough get for Shiba. Murakami easy over. Chance ball here for the Australians. Alchin
Smart.
just lobs it over.
Costly free ball
Yeah.
from Japan. Down by 2 points once again.
All right, so it's a 3-point lead.
3-point lead.
They made an adjustment on the scoreboard. It's a 3-point lead for Australia.
Sorry about that.
And a nice shot down the line for the side out as Murakami makes it a 2-point game.
That is the right scoreline. Murakami once again will be in charge of this fight back for Japan.
Point goes to Japan.
Good serve by Shiba. Johnson. Off the block again.
Off the hands for Johnson.
Johnson continues to attack the smaller blocker. No ifs and buts about it. No drop shot, no angle hit, just straight at the blocker.
And
Because
it's been
of her
working.
height advantage.
Right, it's been working for Georgia Johnson. Knuckleball for Asami Shiba, and she catches the line.
Now's for a chance to lead us to Australia.
I don't know what. Through the excellent skill sets and the toughness, patience also has a lot to do about one's success. You drop your focus for a bit before you know it.
Service Murakami.
You are already behind and could have lost the set, most probably.
2-point game. And Japan has shown throughout this battle for bronze match that they can come back. Johnson loses the cap, gets the point for Australia.
Spot, Georgia Johnson.
That pokey by Johnson once again, opposite the digger. To try to anticipate a possible short shot. Instead, Johnson goes right. And Georgia Johnson, once again, GJ, gets the job done. Pushing their advantage to 3. Almost halfway for Australia.
Johnson with a serve, 7-4, third and final set. Winner takes home the bronze. The loser goes home empty. And Asami Shiba does not want that.
Perfect knuckleball coming from Shiba.
Two-point game.
They just never give up.
5 serving 7. Lizzie Alchin. Asami Shiba just a split second late.
And the blocker also guessed incorrectly. Guarded the angle hit. Alchin took the line shot.
Short serve, easy pickup for Murakami. Reika attacking and scoring again. How good is Reika Murakami with these cut shots?
It's been excellent. Well, the difference is Australia goes straight at the blocker. While for Japan, well, the norm is hit away from the blocker.
Yeah. Murakami, she's picked up several aces here in the match.
And again,
Oh, yes, she does. Terrific serving by Murakami. That's one of the reasons why Japan won the second set and is hanging around here in set number 3.
even rallied big time in that set 1 loss. Anchored on Murakami's excellence from the service line. For whatever reason, Australia is having so many problems handling the service or the serves of Team Japan, specifically Murakami.
A chance to tie now on the serve by Murakami. 7-8.
Can you believe it? The main scoring weapon has turned out to be something that Australia will be able to get a point from. Japan, no single error in that second set win, remember.
That's what it will take to defeat number 2 seeds, Alchin and Johnson. Murakami, they're open side on the defense of Australia.
I haven't seen a set so far that saw a team commit 0 error. First match.
1-point lead, Australia. But again, another
Beginning to
back-to-back
miss.
service faults here for Japan.
2 points clear, 5 points away. Hotly contested
Yeah.
battle for bronze.
Reika Murakami pops it up. Japan on the attack through the block of Johnson.
Wow. Mentioned earlier, away from the blocker this time. Attacks the blocker directly. Could not press that block. Allowing Japan to score. Point number 9.
Another opportunity to tie the game for Japan. Alchin. Easy point.
Again over the shorter blocker. Very patient, but precise.
Australia, they are 4 points away from a bronze medal. And for Georgia Johnson, this will be back-to-back years winning a gold medal here at Nuvali. Last year was a silver. This one they can go for bronze, but not yet, says Murakami. Makes it a 1-point game again.
Not yet. Murakami continues to be hot. Tremendous cross-court point delivered by Murakami.
Floater. Johnson passes. Alchin. Easy pickup for Murakami. Japan on the attack to tie the game. Johnson sends it over again. Shiba back to Murakami. It's outside.
Tremendous defensive effort by Alchin and Georgia Johnson. They almost had a point offensively, but Japan's relentless pursuit gave them one last scoring opportunity.
The ball can be this far, so 100.
Crucial attack error for Japan. Down by 2. Australia 3 points away from a podium finish. Good pass by Murakami.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what a shot by Lizzie Alchin. Terrific touch.
That's a big one. And in a set such as this, a 3-point lead is no doubt a big lead, a luxury even.
Japan using their timeout, trying to stop the momentum of Australia. Final stretch of this third set. Well, Japan, Coach Ronnie, find themselves down by 3 and their opponent 2 points away from a podium finish.
From a 0-error count in that second set win, at least 5 errors out of the 13-point output committed by Japan.
Got to play near perfect beach volleyball if you're Japan right now. Alchin does not get it through. Big point here for Japan.
Indeed. Could have been 4 match points for Australia, but Japan stays alive. Sorry miss coming from Alchin and Johnson.
Big serve coming up. It would be awesome for Murakami and Shiba if she gets an ace here. Alchin. Yes! Lizzie Alchin puts Australia at 3 match points.
And the key element in that last point, the first ball. Alchin up to the task. And when the battle is at the net, about 80% of the time, they secure that point. And that last attack point moves them to 3 match points for a chance to bring home the bronze.
Johnson with a serve. 14-11. Murakami. Now a chance to put it away. Lizzie Alchin for the win. And there it is! Lizzie Alchin, Georgia Johnson with a podium finish in the second Nuvali Open.
After losing to New Zealand earlier in their semifinal battle, they add another heartbreaker to Shiba and Murakami. Will finish outside the podium, but will end up in the fourth spot. But for now, we salute the bronze medal winners, Team Australia, Johnson and Alchin. Job well done. Rewarded, minted, plus the precious points that goes to the third place finish.
Three-set win for the Australians, Lizzie Alchin, Georgia Johnson against Japan's Asami Shiba and Reika Murakami to finish third in the second Nuvali Open.
Touch and go, especially in the third and final set. But Japan, who committed no error in that second set win, eventually ended up with 4. And those were costly errors that derailed their chances and deflated their chances of coming up with a come-from-behind win. Team Australia did what they needed to do. Georgia Johnson with the anchor, Alchin with that one final reception to be able to seal the deal and bring home the bronze for Australia.
First bronze medal for Lizzie Alchin, second podium finish for Georgia Johnson. Last year silver, this year bronze. Next up, men's bronze medal match between Baman Salemi, Amir Ali Galinovi taking on Australia's Yartanian Potts and Jack Pierce. That's next right here on Pilipinas Live. It is the battle for bronze in the second Nuvali Open men's division now after the big win by Alchin and Johnson versus Shiba and Murakami. And we're going to take a look at the Artanian Potts and Jack Pierce of Australia, seeded number 1 in the competition, taking on the Iranians, Baman Salemi and Amir Ali Galinovi.
First match here, rather second match here this afternoon. Earlier we saw Japan losing to Australia in the battle for bronze. Meanwhile, it's Australia versus Iran in the battle for bronze in the men's division. Both teams losing their semi-final matches. As we take a look at the journey of this team from Iran. First seed, top seed in Pool B. Round of 16, able to get past the challenge of Japan. Defeated New Zealand in straight sets in the quarterfinals before bowing also in straight sets, overpowered by the height, efficiency, and power of Hood and Merritt just this morning.
Yep. Meantime, we talk about Potts and Pierce and their road to the bronze medal match.
They were forecasted to make it to the finals, but it was not meant to be. Undefeated in the pool play. Likewise, sweeping the challenge of Indonesia, Danang and Yossi in straight sets. In the quarters, also did not drop a single set. However, against Burnett and Ryan, losing that matchup, and as a result, they are playing in the battle for the bronze medal.
That's right. If you guys can recall, the Artanian Potts is the one half of the defending champions, along with Ben Hood. But they parted ways, new partners. Ben Hood is playing later in the gold medal match along with Oliver Merritt, and then the Artanian Potts with Jack Pierce will settle for at least a bronze medal if they take down Baman Salemi and Amir Ali Galinovi.
Should Australia prevail over Iran, then Australia will bring home the gold, the silver, and the bronze.
The bronze, that's right.
A sweep. And that's why for Iran, it's all about carrying the torch and disallowing Australia from sweeping the podium finish.
Well, prior to the semifinals, the Iranians coach did not drop a set.
Yes.
They won 2 sets in both matches in the main draw, won the round of 16 in 2 sets, and won the quarterfinals in 2 sets as well. But then they lost in 2 sets to Merritt and Hood.
They just could not come up with a fiery form that saw them come up with an unbeaten slate. No sets dropped heading into the semifinal matchup. But Hood and Merritt simply overpowered them. Net play, reception, name it, they were not allowed to get their bearings.
So they lost to New Zealand in the quarterfinals. Oh, sorry, they lost to New Zealand in the quarter. Won against New Zealand, beg your pardon, quarters. Lost to Australians in the semis, but can they win against another pair of Australians in this battle for third?
And now let's meet the players. First, for the Islamic Republic of Iran, number 1, Bahman Salemi. And number 2, Amir Ali Galanovi. And their opponents, Australia, number 1, D'Artagnan Potts. And number 2, Jack Pierce.
All right, here we go. Iran in the yellow jerseys, while wearing the pinks, the Australians battle for bronze in the men's division. Second Nuvali Open, right here in Santa Rosa. So Jack Pierce, 23 years old, out of Adelaide, played here in the first Nuvali Open with Paul Burnett. Burnett, meanwhile, will be in the battle for gold later with Luke Ryan. In the meantime, that hit is outside for Salemi.
Perfect chance to nail the first point. Could not connect. Down 1, Australia on top.
Now it's outside for Pierce.
Both teams starting out with errors to open up set one.
Good pass coming from Potts. The Artanian Potts with an off-speed hit. Galinovi with the knuckle shot. Pierce, yes.
That's teamwork for Australia, not rushing. Getting that perfect timing. Two very tall players from Australia.
Artanian Potts is 6'6". Jack Pierce, can you guess the height?
6'7".
6'6" as well, Coach. Salemi, yes. Well, a much more aggressive Iranian team, Coach Ronnie,
True.
compared to how Salemi and Galinovi played earlier against Hood and Merritt.
Well, Hood and Merritt really overpowered them.
It's true. Pierce got it. Woo, what a pass.
Suddenly, what's up there? Excellent first ball leading to that point.
Service outside for Jack Pierce.
Two service aces so far here for Australia.
Oh, both teams with service faults early.
The sun deciding to become kinder as we have crossed over during the 3 p.m. mark here this afternoon, the fourth and final day at the second Nuvali Open.
The Artanian Potts, bronze medalist from last year, serves into the net. 3 straight service faults for both teams.
Just one attack point each. Scoring of service errors by opposing teams.
On 2. And the Artanian Potts puts Australia back on top by 1.
That's how they scored their first attack point. Again, excellent first ball.
Here comes Galinovi. Got it.
The action may be a little slow because of minimal attacks. Scoring, that 6 of the first 10 points have come from service errors. But this is just a preview on what's going to happen pretty soon.
Good pass by Pierce. Another onto the shot coming from the Artanian Potts.
3 attack points and 1-2 plays. That's Team Australia up 1.
Well, Australia speeding up this first set.
Ooh,
But a
4
serve
service
that's
errors.
way outside. Well, Iran trying to keep at least a podium finish for their country. Remember, in the first Nuvali Open, as a service error there from Galinovi, the champions were actually Iranians as well.
Purusgari
Yep, Porosgari.
were booted out.
Back-to-back service faults.
5 service errors right now for the pink shirts.
Abbas Porosgari and Alireza Aghajanik Hasab are the defending champions, but they were taken out in the round of 16 by Ben Hood and Oliver Merritt. So it's Hood and Merritt taking out Iranians in the Nuvali Open.
They are the kryptonite so far, the biggest thorn against
Yeah.
Team Iran.
Nice block by Galinovi, but it does not go back to the Australian side.
Nip and tuck affair here in set 1. Marred by service errors, no long rallies.
Salemi. A block by Pierce. Beg your pardon, by Potts.
Salemi scored off Potts earlier. Now Potts returns the favor. Too long. Too tall.
Nice serve, but another good pass by Salemi. And Salemi knocks it in off a cross-court hit.
That's right there, Team Iran. But at least now for Iran, they are able to find attack points against Hidden Merit that hardly was seen.
That one's outside for Potts. A lot of errors, Coach, for Australia.
6 for the Aussies, 3 so far for Iran.
Galinovi with a serve. Pierce back to Potts. And off the block and outside.
Slowly but surely, action becoming heated. More firepower can be seen. But the scoreline, still as close as can be.
Pierce, another serve outside. Back-to-back service faults for Australia.
6 errors. 6 service errors, 7 total errors for Australia.
Oh.
70% of their total
Yeah.
output, talking about Iran.
Of Iran are just 3 points from Australia. Pierce sets it up for Potts.
Definitely they have more attack points. Negated and cancelled by the 7 errors that they have committed. Will that change?
One-point lead for Australia. Galinovi with a pass. Iran on the attack, and Galinovi ties the game at 11.
Imagine had Australia not committed that many errors, they would have been up by a big lead. But that window has been open, and Iran has entered the window, tying the scoreline at 11 apiece.
Australia just unable to pull away. But a bad pass there and an easy put away by Jack Pierce.
Much force all the way to our spot. Can they minimize their errors or take it away completely?
That's the big question for Australia. Jack Pierce with a serve. Here comes Salemi. And the up no good. Salemi ties the game at 12.
One fireball after another. First from the pink shirts. Now for the team in yellow. And as the smoke cleared, 12 for Australia, 12 as well for Iran.
Short serve coming from Salemi. On 2. Off the block, Jack Pierce abusing the defense of Galinovi.
Another 1-point lead for Australia.
Good serve. Salemi on 2. What a dig coming from Pierce. Now Pierce makes it a 2-point game.
Back-to-back fireball coming from Australia.
Now Iran, you've got to worry. Got to get a better stop here. Pass and then attack.
Oh, they like going to us.
But that serve is out for Australia, it's back to a 1-point game. Just errors hurting Potts and Pierce.
Unable to pull away because of numerous and too many errors committed.
Potts picked up by Salemi. Bauman, Salemi battling. And
Oops.
there's a net touch they're going to call against the Artanian Potts. And again, we're tied at 14 here in the opening set. Bronze medal match. A big serve coming up, looking for the lead. Galinovi serving for Iran. Pierce sets it up for Potts.
Wow. Right there in front of him. Talk about overpowering the blocker. Look at the wind-up and the finish.
The Artanian Potts through the block of Galinovi for a 1-point lead, but have not gotten far. Just a 2-point lead because of the errors. And again, we're tied.
10 of the 15 points of Iran.
Wow.
Reminiscent of that first match that we saw in the women's side, wherein Japan committed 11 of the 21 points. 11 errors of the 21-point output of Australia.
Oh, nice move! Galinovi at the net to put Iran on top for the first time here in the first set.
Now they overtake Australia. Too much opening given up by Australia. Then they recover.
Salemi, safe serve. The Artanian Potts, yes!
You heard it. Cross-court kill by the Artanian Potts. Potts will try to push Australia once again in the driver's seat.
But now, the pink shirts playing catch-up here in the first set. And another service fault for Australia.
Service error number 8. Error number 11. 11 of the 17 of Iran. 3 points from Australia.
Pierce to the Artanian Potts. Got it.
Enough fight over the blocker. Enough spin on that shot to get that ball across. Tied at 17.
This one going down the wire early. First set. Both teams neck and neck. Salemi. Nowhere to go.
Return to sender. Excellent at the net. So from the service line. That has been Australia's narrative here in set 1. Yet they're still ahead at this stage after losing traction of that solitary point lead.
Another service fault. They have not gotten one in since about 8 minutes ago.
9 service errors. 12 total errors.
Astounding for Australia, the way they've been so careless with the serve.
And that is not a glitch.
Yeah. And a block, Galinovi against the Artanian Potts. And now Iran back on top by 1.
Too many errors for Australia.
A timeout for Potts and Pierce late in the first set. Well, Iran in a good position here in the battle for third. First set against Australia, up by 1. And Potts, Pierce, you name it, whichever between them, just numerous amounts of service faults, Coach.
9 service errors, 3 attack errors for a total of 12 of the 19 points of Iran coming from Australia's free points.
And now a chance ball. Galinovi for set point. Not yet, says the Artanian Pots.
Tied at 19. Golden chance taken away. But no emotions from Australia.
Now here's the litmus test for the Artanian Pots. Can this one go in? It's a safe serve. Salemi for the lead. Got it. Set point Iran.
First set point for Iran. Excellent first ball. That serve was not loaded. More of a safe serve. Turned into goal by Iran.
Jack Pierce to tie the game. He got it. It is on the line.
I don't think that Salemi saw that shot coming. That shot was down before the digger was ready.
I don't think even the lights judge saw the shot.
I didn't see it. Suddenly it was out there. Rolling away from the defense.
Superb serve this time by Jack Pierce. Salemi lobs it over the block of Potts for another set point for Iran.
Incorrect anticipation on the part of Pierce. Went the opposite way instead of guarding an angled hit.
Here comes the Artanian Potts.
Tight.
And it hit the antenna.
Yes.
Yep, it hit after the hit of Potts.
No. Not a chance. Zero chance. You looked at him first. You didn't see it at all.
And the opening set.
The point given to Iran as Salemi and Galinovi win the first set 22-20 against Potts and Pierce of Australia. It was a close first set because of the errors of Australia, allowing Iran to hang around, and Galinovi Salemi finished it off in the end, Coach.
Plus 6 attack points for Australia. Plus 2 blocks. But committed 10 more errors. And eventually, Iran took full advantage of it. Because even in the end game, Australia committed a service error. And that was the trigger for Iran to make full use of it, pounce on the opportunity, and bring home a set. Up by a single set versus Australia.
A very bad pass there for the first point of set number 2. Iran, Salemi getting an ace. Potts sets it up. Here comes Jack Pierce, blocked by Galinovi. Pierce diving for it. The save is no good. What a start here for Iran after a close first set where they only led by 2 late in the first set. Now they're up by 2 early.
I'm trying to look for more emotions from Potts and Pierce, really. Hopefully that would fire up and release more energy from them. Increase the adrenaline. Because that is the way Iran plays, with a lot of fire and energy.
Service out for Salemi, and Australia gets an easy one to start things off on their side. Salemi with a pass. Baman, Salemi knocks it in. And he flexes too, why not?
And remember, this team could hardly score in their last match against Student Merit. But we know how good they were prior to that semifinal matchup against another team from Australia. When they get going, that's going to be dangerous for Potts and Pierce.
The Artanian Pots blocked by Galinovi.
And the aggression is back when they feel that they can take the best from Potts and Pierce. And that's the red flag from Australia. They have to respond, and they have to do it now.
Break point won by Galinovi. It's a 4-1 Iranian lead, but Galinovi sends the serve outside.
3-point given up. Good break here for Australia.
Salemi backs up for the pass. Galinovi through the block. What a save there for Pierce.
Oh,
but this time, Galinovi sends it outside. No, there's a block touch on Potts.
Again, the aggressiveness. All over the faces of Team Iran. While for Australia, body language will tell you they appear to be frustrated at times. Let's see if they can get out of this funk and play better.
Potts. No! Into the net for D'Artagnan Potts as the Australians coach Ronnie falling apart early.
Right, and Galinovi's net defense has held fort here for the Yellow Shirts. Again, aggression offensively and persistence on defense. Block attempts. Chasing balls for a 4-point lead.
And an ace as well for Salemi, making it the biggest lead now of Iran at 5.
Early getaway for Iran.
Yep.
And we thought that it will be Australia will try to blitz Iran in the early goings of set 2.
A very slow start here for Australia, and they find themselves in a hole. Pierce picks it up. Jack Pierce got it.
Body shot by Pierce. That's more like it. Some more emotions coming from Pierce. Let's see if they'll pump up their Kenyan Pots as well.
Australia's trying to fire themselves up.
That has to be the case.
Safe serve coming from Pierce. Salemi. And a nice little push there by the Artanian Pots. Quick second jump.
Down 5 earlier. Just behind by 3.
So a little 2-point run. Winning a break point. Australia. Salemi. Yes.
So good with angle hits. The onus is on the blocker to be able to track that. Guard the line shot. Defend an angled hit if needed. That was so easy for Salemi.
The Artanian Pots against Galinovi. Easy pickup for Salemi. On to Galinovi with a trick shot in the air.
Back to a 5-point lead on 2 straight points. Outplaying the Australians at the net. Maybe smaller, but definitely have played better. Especially here, the opening of set 2. 5-point lead after the first 13 points.
Well, Australia find themselves back down in a 5-point hole, set number 2, after losing the first set, 22-20.
And let's see if they'll be able to extricate themselves from this hole that they're in. Will it be a quicksand that they'll go and sink deeper as the game goes further?
The Artanian Pots off the block and outside. Salemi made a valiant effort to chase it down, but unsuccessful.
Those are the type of plays that Australia needs offensively.
And Galinovi got hit in the face. He's going to try to wash down some sand off his eyes after that spike of Eurotanian pots. It's a 4-point game. Good pass by Galinovi. On 2 for Salemi. And that is gone. And Salemi restores Iran's biggest lead at 5 points. And a very confident Iranian team right now opposite the Australians. Set number 2. A chance to close it out here and get a podium finish for Iran. Good serve by Salemi. Jack Pierce. Jack Pierce challenges the block of Galinovi and wins.
Let's see if that will be a constant for Australia in their bid to overcome a 1-set deficit and a 4-point disadvantage here in set 2.
Galinovi to Salemi. Wide opening. Good block by the Eurotanian Pots. Galinovi fires one in and scores.
You can sense that Iran is playing relaxed.
Yeah.
Fiery but relaxed. On the other hand, stiff and no emotions. At times there is. But you know how good this team is.
That's right.
We've seen them play last year all the way to the early part of this edition of the second Nuvali Open.
What a dig by Salemi, but not successful. Chased down by Galinovi.
But the effort was there.
Yeah. You know what's more impressive with Galinovi? Playing without glasses at this time of the day.
I remember the last match I recovered from for them, the first match. It was Salemi who did not wear eye protection.
That's right. Local time, by the way, is 2:58. They were on the court since 2:30.
We started at 2:30. They warmed up before 2:30.
That's outside for the Eurotanian Pots as, again, Australia, they continue to shoot themselves in the foot figuratively.
Only the first service error here in the set, though. But they're behind by total of 5 because the attack points are fewer.
This time, the reach of the 6'5" Galinovi getting the block.
Second block of the set for Iran.
But now the biggest lead.
Right, now with a total of 3 blocks in the match.
Up by 6.
They're playing faster.
Yeah.
Moving better.
And more confident.
And you know what? They're happy to play for third.
That's right. The Eurotanian Pots fires it in.
Venting all his frustration of not making it to the finals in that last shot. That's the power that this young man possesses.
And take a look at what's coming up. The gold medal matches in the women's and men's division of the second Nuvali Open.
The only country to be able to get in, and that's New Zealand in the women's competition. Of course, we're talking about, aside from Australia, which saw Australia have a total of 3 teams in the men's category playing the semis. And eventually, it will be Australia versus Australia later on at 4:30. And Iran is trying to prevent a podium sweep for the Aussies, by the way.
Galinovi is rejected by the Eurotanian Pots.
Will be the start of something big in terms of uprising and pushing this match into a third and final set. Referring to Australia.
Well, they want a break point. Australia on a 2-point run since the technical timeout. And we're down 7-13.
Wow.
Side out for Galinovi through the arms of the Artanian Pots.
Through the block point coming from Iran.
14-9 Iran.
Animated Salemi once again. Incorrect server though.
Service, Galinovi.
Oh, that service outside for Galinovi.
Iran has to understand that a large reason why they won set one. Only 3 errors were committed by this pair.
The Artanian Pots. Now popped up by Salemi. Salemi on the attack. Pierce with a dig. Jack Pierce. Got it.
You can hear the approval of their national pool teammates from both sides.
Three-point game again. 11 serving 14. Second set, an ace for the Artanian Pots. Makes it a 2-point game.
Rocket from the service line. This was the missing weapon from them. And that set one loss. Timely ceasefire here called by Iran.
Back here at center court at Nuvali's hands for the bronze medal match between Iran's Salemi and Galinovi versus the Artanian Pots and Jack Pierce of Australia. Australia down 1-0 and down 2 points here in the second set. There's another block by the Artanian Pots. And from down 6, Australia now within 1.
5 straight points here for Potts and Pierce. Suddenly, they are very much alive here in set 2. And it started with playing harder and trying to be better.
Serve is on the line. Oh, the last 3 points of Australia have come from the Artanian Pots.
And this is where they lost in set 1. But this is also where they came back here in set 2. 6-point deficit, a thing of the past. Back to square one, 14 apiece. A long way to go here in set 2.
Much better pass from Galinovi. That's outside on the dig by Jack Pierce. Iran back on top by 1.
Moving better, defending harder. Galinovi better than the defense. That was a point that you can call in the nick of time.
Off the block and into the antenna. Last touch by Galinovi.
15-all.
The eagerness to play harder and be better and win a set is evident right now for the Aussies.
Salemi. Oh,
Through
what
the
an
block.
easy shot for Salemi. Good serve from Galinovi. The Artanian Pots got it.
Head and shoulders above Galinovi. Potts towering in that last sequence. High line shot. Easily inside. Dead heat. Set 2. tied once more at 16.
That's outside. Good job by Galinovi letting that one go.
That was not an easy read, by the way. It was straight to his body. The split-second decision so essential in this game.
1 point lead once again for Iran because of an Australian error.
From the service line.
Pierce touched by the blocker, and it's an Australian point.
Excellent swipe. Understanding that Salemi was there right at the cross court to ambush. Attacks the blocker. Effective move. Tying the scoreline once again at 17.
Salemi, Galinovi on the attack. Off the block of the Artanian Potts, and Iran back on top by 1.
Excellent set coming from Salemi.
Huge point for the Iranians. Now 3 points away from a bronze medal finish.
Huge point indeed, given the way Australia has managed to erase a 6-point deficit that happened after the midpoint of this set.
The Artanian Potts blocked, but it goes outside. Tied again.
And the aerial battle has commenced. Going hard every time they get that opportunity. The approach, the wind-up, the contact, and the point.
Potts with a serve. Outside. No, it's on the line. What a serve, the Artanian Potts. And what a time for it to come.
Right in between Galinovi and Salemi. 11 service errors in set 1.
Australia on top by 1. Salemi pops it up. Baman Salemi. Yes! Tie game at 19.
He was looking up the blocker, you can see. Making the right decision, hitting the right target.
Race to score 2 points. Iran wins this, they take home the bronze. If Australia wins, we go to a third set. Jack Pierce on the attack. Got it.
Over the blocker. Pierce running faster, jumping higher. Set point for Australia.
How big will an ace be? Not yet, says Salemi. Salemi to tie the game. Pierce pops it up. Pierce for the win. Got it.
Can you believe it? Given up for lost. Couldn't find the energy. Iran playing so well. But in a span of a minute and a half, things changed. And now, Iran will find themselves playing another set in a deadly race to 15. Back in a few.
Highlights of set number 2 as Australia bouncing back to equalize and send this game into a third and deciding set.
A lot of excellent highlights. 25 points scored by these two teams coming from attacks. Australia once again with the upper hand. We talk about pressuring the attack accuracy. Blocking tied at 2. Aces, Australia +1. And that is where the major difference lies. Stafford agonized as they committed 11 service errors out of the 13 total errors in set 1. But they only lost by 2. Here they were behind by 6, eventually finished the set, the second one, with only 3 errors. And that's the way they fought back. And also, pretty much the same course that they took to close out the set in their favor.
So just like the women's battle for bronze, we go to a third setter in the men's division. Pierce knocks it in for the first point of the third and final set.
And the eagerness has spilled over from the midpoint of set 2 all the way to the start of set 3 for Pierce and Potts.
Much better serving for Australia in set number 2. Salemi down the line. Yes.
Soft touch for Salemi. This team from Iran trying to crash the podium finish of Team Australia rather, or fighting for the gold later at 4:30 p.m. in the men's side.
The Artanian Potts got it.
Oblivious to the blocker. To think that Golinev is such an effective defender at the net.
Good pass by Galinovi. Iran on the attack, and they will score off the block of the Artanian Potts.
I don't think there will be any pull away in this third set. We've seen the best of both teams. Iran in set 1 coming back, stealing that set, an extended one at 22-20.
Here comes Jack Pierce. Battle up top.
Oops.
And Galinovi wins the point.
Explosive jump coming from Galinovi. Knuckleball. Before Australia was able to get to that spot.
And they call
Good thing nobody got hurt.
Yeah, and they call a net touch as well on Pierce. Good pass, despite the strong serve from Salemi. And they call a double contact on the Australians.
I just think you called it late.
I saw
Yeah, but you like half blew.
contact.
Yeah, but you half blew and then you blew it again.
4-2 Iran.
That's a big one.
Bad pass. Here comes Potts, picked up by Salemi. Salemi, cut shot is good.
Suddenly they are down by 3. Can they get over the hump?
And Salemi liking the music the DJ's playing. Engaging the crowd.
Yes, as always, Australia leads their group and they have to do it fast. Down 3, 5 against 2, third and final set.
Previous winners, gold, silver, and bronze in the men's division. First, Nuvali Open. And Ben Hood, like what we mentioned, partner of the Artanian Potts. Last season, Ben Hood will be competing for the gold, while the Artanian Potts still looking for another bronze medal for the second year in a row.
All is not lost. A while ago, they had a fiery start to open up set number 3, but now they fall behind by 3 points.
Oh, collision there.
My.
Hood and Pierce, and a 4-point cushion for Iran.
I mentioned earlier, they might not be any pull away in this set, but Iran proves otherwise.
The Artanian Potts.
Oh,
It's on the line.
Even
Looked like a miss hit.
we heard it. Even a miss hit will not deter Potts from scoring for Australia. Much needed point that pumped some life into their lifeline. Just a little pulse is something that they need to make the heart beat once more.
You can't do that with errors. We mentioned 11 of those in the first set, and they can't afford any here in set number 3, down by 4 points. Galinovi serving 7-3, third set. Almost an ace. And another error. Jack Pierce with back-to-back faults.
halfway for the podium finish.
Yeah.
And disallow Australia from sweeping the top 3 spots.
Short serve from Galinovi. The Artanian Potts blocked. Lands right on Potts as well.
This was just a 3-2 count.
Yeah.
My goodness. 6-1 in the last 7 points.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
9-3 Iran, third set.
Big scoring run for Iran. Too many miscues for Australia in this third and final set.
Well, much better shot for the Artanian Potts to finally get the side out
But
for
remember,
Australia.
They were able to erase a 6-point deficit earlier on serve.
Well, tall order, but that's what needs to be done if you're Australia to get back here in set number 3. Net touch, they call on Salemi.
Maybe the start.
Back-to-back points for Australia.
They showed that they can come up with a big scoring run and mount a tremendous fight back.
Big serve coming up, the Artanian Potts. Galinovi, yes!
High disadvantage. Blocker right in front. No problem for Galinovi. Talk about audacity and fearlessness. Evident at that last point. A big one that they needed to push themselves 1 point further. 5-point lead for Iran.
Pierce, got it. Good answer for Australia.
You see the height disparity in favor of the Aussies. Towering against the blocker.
Here comes Galinovi. What a dig coming from Pierce. And easy point for the Artanian Potts.
That's teamwork for you. Both players working hard. First, that tremendous dig to set this shot up.
Timeout for Iran. Their lead is down to 3. Iran still in control, but momentum, is it slowly shifting? That's a question to Australia, Coach.
And so far, the trend that we have seen in the first 2 sets is that the team that has come from behind went on to win that set. But that was a race to 21.
Yeah.
This is all the way to only 15.
Galinovi with a pass. And a block by the Artanian Potts, and it's a 2-point game.
Contrast of night and day when you talk about the performance of Team Australia. Just when you think they have nothing left, they come up with big points, one after another.
Galinovi through the block and outside.
Left, please.
Me and the second referee and the line judge.
Left, please, left.
Masterful rally here for Australia. The blocking has been so efficient, it has disallowed Salemi from finding an open spot or
Salemi-
connecting from that last point of attack.
We have a yellow card assessed to Iran.
Salemi given a yellow card for delay of game. They are out of timeouts as well. And their lead, which stood at 5 points, and now down to 1. And wow, Australia now upset because Salemi using up some more time. And obviously, Australia not happy about this. He's
Indeed.
asking for a toilet break. And first referee, and we're talking to the technical committee, I think. There will be repercussions here. All right, back here at center court. Salemi back after the bathroom break. And a block by the Artanian Potts to tie the game. What a run here after leading by 5. Iran is tied with Australia in the third and final set.
Again, the trend in the first 2 sets. The team that came from behind went on to win that set.
Well, the delay of game tactics by Salemi did not work. Momentum still seems to be with Australia. Galinovi against the Artanian Potts. Through the block this time, and Iran back on top by 1.
Enough to lift them to a 1-point lead. That big cushion totally erased by Australia.
Bad pass there by the Artanian Potts. And no matter the chase by Pierce, that ball was not coming back. 2-point lead by Iran off a 2-point run. Big points.
Big point, really.
Yeah, scored by Iran in the last 2 plays.
Courtesy of?
Galinovi.
Yes.
Pierce on 2. And that touch against Iran.
Still alive. Nearing the finish line, but no winner in sight yet.
The Artanian Potts, sure serve. Galinovi. Blocked.
Blocked. They keep coming back. Showing us their big fighting hearts. Team Australia.
And tied once again at 12. Race to score 3 points for the bronze medal in the second Nuvali Open.
After this matchup, the battle for gold in the women's division. And the final match, Australia versus Australia on the men's side.
Salemi to Galanovi. Got it.
They gave up 2 straight, but they get their last one. They get this last one for a 1-point lead. How close can it get?
Both teams swapping points here in set number 3 for the right to finish on the podium in the second Nuvali Open. Salemi with a serve. Jack Pierce on the attack. Yes! Jack Pierce ties the game at 13.
Giving up is not an option. Fighting back is always top of mind. And that is how Australia has played. Even after times that they were really almost drained.
Yeah. Short pass. Galanovi. Blocked! And it goes outside. And it is match point Iran.
Pierce was right there to derail that shot and score off an offensive block. Oops.
The Artanian Potts fires one in, and the defense not ready for Iran. Match point saved.
And you know what? They serve quickly. That's why there was a bubble in that first ball. But somehow Australia was able to gather and recover and score.
Big serve coming up. The Artanian Potts at 14 all. Galanovi. The swipe goes outside. And it is off. The Artanian Potts match point number 2 for Iran.
Another match point here for Iran.
Pierce back to the Artanian Potts. Got it. Another match point saved by Australia.
Second match point saved by Australia. Australia on serve. They've been excellent in the last 2 sets, at least from the service line, after committing a total of 11 service errors. Out of the 22-point output, they gave up 11 points just from the service line in that set 1 loss.
And number 1 seeds Australia being pushed to the limit by the number 15 seeds from Iran. Battle at the net won by the Artanian Potts. And for the first time, it's match point for Australia.
Unbelievable result here for Team Australia.
Galanovi to tie the game. Got it.
Nerves of steel for Galanovi. For the first time in this third set, they were behind by a match point. Gather, recover, and score. Tied at 16.
The Artanian Potts got it again. One big shot deserves another. This bronze medal match.
Indeed. This is what we expected.
Yeah.
The fireworks, the stare downs, the intensity. And that's just for the bronze.
The Artanian Potts with a good serve. Galanovi again. Off the block and outside. Galanovi ties the game.
34 points played so far here in set number 3. Are we surprised? We knew that there was a fight back. Not a matter of if, but a matter of when.
Salemi. Now the Artanian Potts again. The 2 big guns firing one after another.
27 attack points heading to set 3 versus 20 for Iran. That is how lethal the Aussies offense is if they play through to potential. Third match point. Is that correct? Third match point for Australia? Or second? Third.
Third. Galinovi ties the game.
Smart. You know what? Of course, the joy of winning the bronze, but my heart goes to the team that will not finish in the third spot, given the way they have played their hearts out in this match.
It's outside. Good call by Jack Pierce,
Yes,
shouting
yes.
it out.
That was way out.
Now, for Australia, they've got to figure out a way to stop Galinovi, who's been saving one match point after another. Here comes Galinovi again. And there it is!
Wow.
There it is! Using a monster block, the Artanian Pats turns Galinovi away for the bronze medal, his second in a row.
Gutsy win for Potts and Pierce. Sorry loss for Galinovi and Salemi, who were up by a huge lead, dictated the pace. But once again, rising from the grave, showing us their big fighting hearts. And that bronze medal glitters like gold right now for Team Australia. And in that sporting gesture, crosses over.
There's the block on your screens. Terrific defense played by the Artanian Pats, who won bronze last year. Will take home the bronze once again this year, but it was with a different partner, and he is fired up.
And that's where the emotions are after the end of the match.
Yeah.
Letting it all out. Tremendous win. Gallant stand. That was almost a lost cause, but
That-
not for them. The trend continued all the way to the third and final set.
Down by as many as 5 points in the third set. Australia climbing back and taking the set away and the medal away from Iran.
Yes, that's more like it. Perfect way to state it. Stealing that bronze, taking that podium finish away, and making sure that Australia will sweep the gold, the silver, and the bronze medals in the men's category. Outstanding performance, especially in the third and final set. They lost set one after having a big lead. But that one final block, when you mentioned they had to stop Iran for making sure that they stayed in the hunt, extending the set again and again, that final block sealed the deal, closed the door, and pushed them to a podium finish. Congratulations to Team Australia.
After the bronze medal matches, we bring you the battle for gold. We start with the women's division, the number 1 seeds, Steph Fayesh and Jasmine Fleming of Australia, the number 1 seeds, taking on Shauna Polly, Olivia McDonald,
Wow.
number 3 seeds from New Zealand. That's coming up next on Philippines Live. It is the gold medal matches right here at the second Nuvali Open in Santa Rosa City, Laguna, the Philippines. We start with the women's division. It is Fayesh and Fleming of Australia seeded number 1 against the number 3 seeds out of New Zealand, Polly and McDonald, before we bring you men's action. And it's an all-Australian affair. Burnett Ryan versus Hood and Merritt. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching us on Pilipinas Live. Alongside Coach Ronnie Magsano, I'm Eric Tipan.
The final 2 matches to be played in the next 2 hours. But first things first, Australia meets New Zealand here in the women's side. Top-seeded team playing true to potential. New Zealand, crushing the party, will try to upend and pull off a mighty upset here in the finals.
We'll break it down for you in this first match in the women's division. You're looking at Olivia McDonald, and she's partnered up with Shauna Polly in this gold medal
And
match.
this is the runway heading into the finals. The top team in Pool C, sweeping the round of 16, winning in 2 straight sets versus the team of Thailand 3 in the quarterfinals, dealing easily with the combination of Maruyama and Ishii. And then in the semis, beating Australia, preventing an all-Australia affair in the finals, 21-16, 23-21, relying heavily, of course, on McDonald, especially in set number 2. When it was a bubble, McDonald came forward and took things upon herself and eventually closed out the match in 2 straight sets.
Jasmine Fleming, a silver medalist from last year, partnered up with a gold medalist from last year. There she is, Stephanie Fayesh.
This is a team that is expected to win, but they've handled the pressure extremely well all the way up to this point of this 4-day competition. Has not dropped a set. In the round of up to the round of 16, but tested in the quarterfinals as China pushed them to the limit. Almost lost, but eventually won, and in the semis, it was another major test. Nothing is easy to get to the mountaintop, but they're here, a step away. Can they do it once more? That is the million-dollar question.
Well, the heat is on, and the battle for gold is on. Australia, New Zealand, that's coming up next on Pilipinas Live. Back here at court number 1 for the first of 2 gold medal matches. And we kick things off with the number 3 seeds from New Zealand, Shauna Polly, Olivia McDonald taking on the number 1 seeds. It is Jasmine Fleming, last year's silver medalist in the first Nuvali Open, partnered up with the gold medalist of the first Nuvali Open, Stephanie Fayesh, as they will try to bring glory and honor and the medal back to Australia.
Our second referee, Tan Kok Wei from Malaysia. And now let's meet the players. First for New Zealand. Number 1, Shauna Polly. And number 2, Olivia McDonald. Their opponents across the sand from Australia. Number 1, Jasmine Fleming. And number 2, Stephanie Fayesh. This is it. 1 match to determine the champion in the women's division. Good luck to both teams.
Here we go. Fans have come out to check out the action, including members of Alas Pilipinas, both men's and women's division, and even the coaching staff, because this is the highest level of beach volleyball at the Nuvali Open in
The
2025.
culmination of this 4-day event.
Yeah.
Right now, in the next 2 hours, the battle for the gold will commence.
Stephanie Fayesh on the attack. Cut shot. Pauly pops it up. McDonald got it.
She was the biggest thorn earlier against another team from Australia. Let's see how this top-seeded team handles McDonald at the net. First point of the match belongs to New Zealand.
Pauly serves to Fleming. On 2 for Fayesh. And Australia is on the board at 1-all.
Over McDonald, beyond reach of Pauly. Tied at 1. Fayez is so quick,
Yeah. And so young. Only 20 years old. Stephanie Fayesh.
but extremely good.
Won the gold last year with Yana Milutinovic. Great shot. Olivia McDonald.
2 touches, 2 points for McDonald. And again, they have to be able to guess where she's going. To go eyeball to eyeball against her, because she has been a dominant figure at that spot for New Zealand.
McDonald power serve picked up by Fleming. Fayesh. Yes.
2 points for New Zealand, courtesy of McDonald. 2 points for Australia. To the efforts of Fayez.
Fleming is 22 out of Brisbane. She is a law student at the University of Queensland. McDonald. Off-speed hit picked up by Fleming. Fayesh again. There's a block touch against McDonald.
First takes the lead here for the Aussies. Kiwis trying to hold on. Aussies versus the Kiwis. A battle of the Oceania, so to speak.
Great pass coming from Olivia McDonald. McDonald with the attack. Got it.
All of the points of New Zealand have come from Olivia McDonald. That's how good she has been throughout these knockout matches.
The Kiwis are the older pair. Pauly serving is 31. McDonald is 29. Fayesh. Dug by Shauna Pauly. Fleming fakes. Fayesh attacks. Blocked by McDonald.
2 straight points, courtesy of Olivia McDonald. 4 points for New Zealand, courtesy of McDonald. 3 attack points, 1 offensive block for a 1-point lead.
Meanwhile, the teams change ends. As you take a look at Shauna Pauly.
Who's also been a workhorse for New
yeah.
Zealand. A large reason why they are battling for the gold.
Fayesh with the pass. Stephanie off the block of McDonald. Chased down by Pauly. And Pauly, no, that's McDonald sending it outside.
First miss for McDonald. That rally was the longest so far. What Fleming and Fayez have is quickness.
And youth. Fayesh, again, we mentioned 20. Fleming is 22.
Excellent court coverage.
McDonald off the block by Fleming.
We talked about the paramount need for Australia to defend McDonald, who dominated at that spot in their semi-final win. Will that be a constant for Fleming and Australia, who are now ahead by 1?
Pauly back to McDonald. Got it.
Not this time. Off speed for McDonald against Fleming.
Tight contest. Battle for gold. Australia in the yellow tops and in the blue tops, New Zealand. McDonald at 5-all. Service outside.
At least 2 errors so far here for the team in blue.
Jasmine Fleming. Nice serve.
Sharp one.
Here comes Olivia McDonald. Oh, Stephanie Fayesh with a dig. Fayesh lobs it over and scores.
Just like that, we saw Fayez rush from left to right. And remember, this is not indoor play.
Yeah.
And that's how quick and swift Fayez is.
And remember, they played the semifinals earlier today. They played in the morning. Well, not technically morning, around 10-ish already. But still, plenty of energy for the gold medal match.
3-point run here for Australia. 4-point run on that first service ace. Fleming has also played steady here for the yellow shirts. The Aussies with a 3-point lead.
Taking a look at the ace. These two, Fleming and Fayesh, one in a sweep against Polidario and Gamboa in Pool A action in the main draw, by the way. A block. Nice work by Fleming at the net.
Second one against Olivia McDonald. They have found answers. Now the onus is on Olivia McDonald to make the adjustments as they have fallen behind by 4.
Fayesh and Fleming, they've only dropped one set out of the 4 matches they played. They got a bye in one of the matches in Pool A. So 4 matches they played, only dropped 1 set.
In the round of 16, I believe.
Quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals. Tested in the quarters. Challenged in the semis. Safely in the finals.
Yeah.
Fighting for the gold. What more can you ask for?
You're right. Shauna Polly, Olivia McDonald. Meantime, they've also dropped only 1 set.
Ooh.
As Fleming sends it outside. That one in the round of 16. They dropped the set against the ties.
First miss for Fleming.
But still a 2-point cushion here for the number 1 seeds. Easy point given up by Shauna Polly.
Left ankle of Olivia McDonald bandaged or heavily taped.
McDonald with a pass. Here comes Olivia. Oh, and another block by Jasmine Fleming.
The number of attempts and the timing that she has done.
Yeah.
McDonald scored 3 straight points earlier. Now she has been denied at least twice by Fleming, who pushes Australia to another 4-point lead.
Terrific defense at the net. And an ace. Yes, it is an ace for Stephanie Fayesh.
And that service error by Shauna Polly started this big scoring run for Australia, who are now ahead by 5 at this stage in set number 1.
Battle for the gold medal. The number 1 spot. Top podium finish. And between Stephanie Fayesh, Jasmine Fleming of Australia against Shauna Polly, Olivia McDonald of New Zealand.
Oh my.
And that one just dropping wide. But it is overruled by the first referee.
Yes.
Lines judge called it out. First referee said it's in. Now the biggest lead, coach,
At 6.
for Australia. Polly to McDonald. And finally the side out.
Hitting with more force. Block not pressed hard enough. Stops a big scoring run here for Australia. New Zealand will attempt to fight back and inch even closer.
And we mentioned how Fayesh is part of the defending champion tandem.
While Fleming has also been to the podium.
Yeah.
Georgia Johnson, a familiar name as well. But what about Fayesh? Different partner, no problem. Fleming, one spot better if they prevail.
Right.
Japanese teams not represented here in the podium finish, as they lost earlier in the battle for the bronze.
Now it's Reika Murakami partnered with Asami Shiba,
right,
losing against Lizzie Alchin and Georgia Johnson.
Murakami wanted back-to-back podium finishes.
Yeah.
Not meant to be. McDonald starting to miss, although he connected earlier against Jasmine Fleming, who's been her kryptonite so far.
That's right. Solid lead here for Australia. Fleming serving at 14-8. Well, tit for tat. Starting to cool down here at court number 1, Nuvali Sands, Santa Rosa City. Fleming with an angled shot.
Punching that ball away from the digger. Comfortable 6-point lead here for Australia.
It's now just 30 degrees. A lot cooler than
Again,
it was
Fayesh.
a couple of hours ago. Fayesh on the attack, rejected by McDonald.
But again, exhibiting her quickness to get to that last shot before being blocked by McDonald. Most of the points of New Zealand have been scored by McDonald. Meanwhile, for the team in yellow, it has been a good combination, good distribution of scoring for these two.
Biggest lead for Australia was 6. It's back to 6 now. A service fault for McDonald.
Another service error. 4 service errors out of the 5 total errors for New Zealand have come from the service line.
Served by Fleming is in. McDonald.
Knuckleball.
Got it.
Olivia McDonald to the rescue. A pokey straight to the opposite end. Coming off this bump set by Shauna Pollock. This time respecting the defense of Jasmine Fleming.
Fayesh with a pass. Here comes Steffi. Got it.
She will not go for an angled hit. She will continue to attack Olivia McDonald. Full of confidence, even with the height disparity. Audacity written all over the face of Stephanie Fayesh. Up 6, 4 points away from having a 1-set lead.
Australia restoring their biggest lead of the match. And there's an ace for Steffi Fayesh.
The Spitfire. Perfect complement. Actually, they complement each other really well.
Much better pass coming from McDonald. A block again by Jasmine Fleming. How good has she been defensively?
Let's count the number of blocks that they've had so far. 3.
Wow.
And all those are Fleming's offensive blocks against the offense of Olivia McDonald.
Now 2 points away from winning the first set of this gold medal match. Australia, they get another ace.
5 aces so far for Australia.
What a run down the stretch, and it's 9 set points for Australia. McDonald passes too far for Polly. But what an adjustment by the Kiwis to get the side out.
They had to try something different. Nothing is going their way. First ball problems, reception woes. Cannot score at the net because of the defense of Jasmine Fleming.
But now gotta defend. Oh, but they get an ace. So back-to-back points. Won by the Kiwis. 2 set points saved.
I've said this earlier, if not for this set, perhaps for the upcoming set 2.
Yeah.
generate some momentum, increase your confidence level.
Oh, but that'll do it. A service fault by Olivia McDonald, and it's over. Set number 1 of this gold medal match in the pockets of the Australians.
Quick win here in set 1. Fleming joining forces with Reyes, frustrating Olivia McDonald, disallowing Shauna Polly from scoring much. Comfortable 8-point win to close out set number 1.
An 8-point win for Australia in this gold medal match against New Zealand as we look at the highlights on that masterpiece by Fleming and Fayesh.
Masterpiece indeed. Started early, ended early, given the high quality play of this team from Australia. Sorry about that. Paper flying all over the place because of the gusts here at the Nuvali Sands. 5 aces hurt the chances of New Zealand to keep that set close. By the way, reception problems hounded them. And the blocking of Fleming against Olivia McDonald set the tone for Australia.
And Fayesh with the first point of set number 2 for Australia. McDonald. There's Polly on the attack and off the hand of Fayesh. It goes outside. We're tied at 1.
If New Zealand is to compete better against this combo of Fleming and Fayesh, Polly has to be involved. We've seen the best of Shauna Polly, and we know the impact that she can deliver.
Gold medal match. Australia, New Zealand. Service ace for Olivia McDonald.
Loading on that serve.
Yeah.
A rare service ace. Second in the match, first in the set, Olivia McDonald.
New Zealand up by 1. Fleming with a pass. Fayesh blocked. Back-to-back points for Olivia McDonald, and it's a 2-point lead for New Zealand.
And again, just like at the start of the first set, wherein Olivia McDonald scored the first 3 points. Hot start for the Kiwis. Score is at 3-1 rather.
The serve, Fayesh with a pass. Steffi got it again.
Fayesh scores. And cuts the lead down to 1. Jasmine Fleming now serving for Australia.
New Zealand led by 2. Now it's a 1-point game. Chance to tie for Australia on the Fleming serve. Great receive coming from McDonald. Olivia got it.
Playing faster. Staying away as well from Jasmine Fleming's net defense. 2-point lead for New Zealand.
Restoring their biggest cushion of the second set.
Losing set 1, 21-13.
Short serve from Polly. And another block by Olivia McDonald. Jasmine Fleming getting a taste of her own medicine.
And I believe McDonald has 4 of the first 5 points here, leading to a 3-point edge for New Zealand.
Teams will change ends.
And this is a major response coming from the Kiwis.
And you look at on the left of your screens, PNVF Executive and Sports Vision President Ricky Palou. And on the right of your screens, Ms. Shena Olaso, First Vice President, Head Channels and Content of Signal TV. On the curl, there's a block by McDonald on Fayesh. Fleming with an open net picked up by McDonald. Olivia McDonald on the attack.
All over the place is Olivia McDonald.
Great rally. Fleming with an off-speed hit. Polly with a dig. Polly attacks and gets the kill for New Zealand.
First 8 points. Dominant show coming from New Zealand. Olivia McDonald reliving her stellar play in the semifinals. But the most important part, Shauna Polly is involved. in this blitz to open up set 2. Up 4, 6-2.
Early timeout, Australia down by 4, set number 2. AVC President Tatsuzara, also the president of the Philippine National Volleyball Federation, checking out the second to the last game of the second Nuvali Open. It's the gold medal match between Australia and New Zealand before the All-Australian affair in the men's gold medal match.
Right after this game.
That's right. About half an hour from now. Easy point given up by Fayesh, and McDonald puts it away.
Over received. 3 point given up.
And now Polly McDonald, Coach Ronnie, with their biggest lead at 5 points.
Indeed.
That was also the biggest lead of Australia in the first set before they pulled away and won by 8. And that won by McDonald again, dropping right in front of Fayesh, that ball.
And a smile to boot after scoring another big point here.
How has it turned around so differently for Australia?
Whatever they talked about is working for them. Started aggressively. And Olivia McDonald, as we mentioned earlier, the mileage that she has poured in this set, definitely admirable.
Overpassed again. Chance ball here, McDonald. What a dig for Fayesh. Fleming on 2. Popped up by Pauly. McDonald and Fleming with a knuckleball. What a rally. Pauly. Fayesh. Steffi looking for the kill. The knuckleball. McDonald pops it up. Pauly off speed hit. Got it.
And it has to be that way. You have to outwork a quicker duo, which is what Fayesh and Jasmine Fleming were in that set 1 win. The Kiwis running with the Aussies, and that's the battle right now. Foot speed versus foot speed. Only way for New Zealand to extend this match into a third and final set.
Biggest lead for Pauly and McDonald at 7. 9 serving 2. Fleming on 2. Got it.
Enough to stop this huge scoring run. Exciting matchup here.
The question is, Coach, can Australia mount a run? They have not scored consecutive points here in set number 2.
They were so good in set 1 when they were ahead by a large lead that they worked so hard for.
And a quick side out, Olivia McDonald. She's doing everything here.
One thing that she has adjusted is not to go straight at Jasmine Fleming. She has hit away from Fleming, and that has resulted into a lot of points here in set number 2.
Again, no runs for the Australians. Overpass, chance ball here for New Zealand. McDonald has been so good, but a block by Fleming. Kept alive, Pauly saves it. Overpass again, and an easy point put away by McDonald. Fayesh has been struggling with her passing here in set number 2.
Because of the power that has been loaded by Olivia McDonald. Understanding that it's going to be the same case if it is just a safe return. Because in transition, Australia will hurt them. Right now, 8-point lead for a team that's behind by a set. What a fight back by the Kiwis.
And what a turnaround. Just when you think it was going to be all Australia, first and second sets, after that 8-point win by Fleming and Fayesh, Pauly and McDonald just absolutely do a 180 and turn it around. Service ace again for Olivia McDonald. Everything right.
She has attacked Fayesh time and again.
9 points now, the cushion for Pauly and McDonald, a duo that's never medaled here in the Philippines.
Past the halfway mark.
Fayesh
for the Kiwis. Oh,
gets
finally.
a side out.
Might be the first point of Fayesh here in this set. Scored heavily in that set 1 win. has been attacked relentlessly by Olivia McDonald.
Fleming serving. 4-12. Make that 4-13. Nothing going right for the Australians.
Confidence down right now for the Aussies. Short-term memory has to be the case for them. Because whatever happens, should they not pull through in this set, a third set is surely to come.
Confidence down, everything down for Australia. Fleming. Through the fingertips of Polly. She was right there.
Looking for an overhand dig. A tomahawk dig even. Let's see if they can string up 2 or 3 straight points and put more pressure. Is this Ranran Abdillah?
Yep, Ranran Abdillah in the house. Participant last year in the first Nuvali Open with AJ Pareja as Olivia McDonald once again.
And a Southeast Asian Games bronze medalist, remember. Together with the likes of Jude Garcia, Jaron Requinton, among others. Billy Arbasto.
And right now, it's been all New Zealand up by 9 points. Another block, but coverage by Fayesh. Fayesh attacking. Pauly right there for the dig. McDonald on 2. Fayesh pops it up. Steffi Fayesh again attacking. And that pokey won by Olivia McDonald. A net touch on Steffi Fayesh.
Slide continues for Australia. Little did we know that the pace of the second set will be one-sided in favor of the Kiwis. Up 10, something we did not see in that first set loss for New Zealand.
Even the Australians, they didn't lead by 10 in the first set.
Truly.
Absolute control and domination by New Zealand.
This team has been re-energized by the urgency to play better.
Fayesh with a pass. Steffi on the curl. Blocked again. Oh, man. Olivia McDonald. Different kind of defender at the net.
Reprising her stellar play at the net, which she showed earlier in their semifinal win. Up by this much. Few points away from a third set.
A tremendous second set for Shauna Pauly, Olivia McDonald against Steffi Fayesh and Jasmine Fleming. And if this trend continues, we're definitely going to see a third set in this gold medal match.
Almost there for New Zealand.
Up by 11, 16-5.
Very hard to overcome this type of a lead, given the way New Zealand has played here in set 2. Although they give up a free point there and that service error coming from Olivia McDonald. Only the first error of the set for New Zealand. Just 2 for Australia. But the number of attack points and the block points of New Zealand.
McDonald, she has been unstoppable, but there's a block by Fleming.
I'll say this again, if not for this set, then for the next coming decider, which is pretty much what New Zealand did. We knew it was a lost cause, but they kept playing hard. They kept fighting back until they lost that set by a service error coming from McDonald.
McDonald. That's outside. Fayesh was right there. She let it go. So the first 2-point run for Australia in the second set.
But the lead was too big.
Yeah. Jasmine Fleming with a serve. Bad pass there coming from McDonald. Oh, nice save with a foot. That's a legal shot. And Fayesh makes it a 3-point run for Australia.
Using a little bit of everything. to find their edge. But Payesh finally prevails in that last sequence. 3 straight points here for Australia.
They're going to need a lot more than just a 3-point run to get back in this game. Still down by 7. McDonald finally gets the side out.
You gave up 3 straight points, you're still up by 7. That's the luxury of building a 10-point lead. Raising it once again to 8 on that off-speed point.
It was as high as 11, actually, for New Zealand.
Almost an insurmountable lead, if you ask me.
I agree. Fayesh to Fleming. Finds the opening and knocks it in.
Finally eludes the defense of Olivia McDonald. Jasmine was a dominant force. Actually, she outplayed McDonald in the first set.
Steffi Fayesh serving. Straight to Shauna Pauly. Great block by Fleming. And another 2-point run for Australia.
Excellent uprising coming from Australia. And that's when you think they will not be able to get or reach double digits. They are within 6.
New Zealand in full control of set number 2, up 17-11 as you look at the Philippine National Volleyball Federation Secretary General Don Caringal. He's been here almost every day, checking out the action.
Volleyball in the country, of course, together with Tatsuzara. And remember, the World Championships is coming over in September. Some beach volleyball action also.
Come May
and October. And then the AVC competition.
Also, late May. Correct, right? Late May?
April.
April
20 to 27.
All right, so much to look forward to for volleyball fans. Side out for New Zealand. They're back up by 7. Fleming sets it up to Fayesh. Yeah, Pauly just playing excellent defense. And this one outside for Pauly, so a side out for Australia.
Down to 6-point lead now for New Zealand.
12 in the set for New Zealand.
Kiwis looking like they're on the way to tying this game at 1 set apiece, especially with that error by Jasmine Fleming. It's one of those, like what you say, Coach, not a matter of if, but a when for New Zealand now. Only 2 points away from winning the set. Oh, and a tight serve as well. That is nicely popped up by Pauly, considering the spike by Fleming. Fleming. Pauly again, but McDonald coming up short on touch number 2.
Excellent digging coming from Sean Pauly.
Yeah.
And again, enough cushion to be able to salvage still a 6-point lead.
Oh, it'll be nothing short of a miracle if Australia comes back in this set, that's for sure. Pauly, a block by Fleming. Oh, what a shot, Shauna Pauly.
That's a reverse pokey coming from Pauly.
Absolute trick shot right here. The Kiwis having fun.
Third set, race to 15.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting.
Coming soon.
All the afternoon matches, and there's an ace. Olivia McDonald, it's been her set. She's delivered the blocks, the aces for New Zealand, establishing an 11-point lead before winning by 8 points to tie the game.
And also disallowing Jasmine Fleming from winning the battle at the net. Tremendous control coming from Olivia McDonald from start to finish, and the emergence as well of Shauna Polly to be able to complement her were crucial factors leading to the second set win.
Set 2 highlights, controlled by New Zealand from start to finish, tying the game. Australia winning 21-13 in the first, and New Zealand turned it around 180 degrees, winning also 21-13.
Wow, that was a whirlpool of a turnaround. The quicksand was quicker than sand, and the numbers will show the excellent play coming from New Zealand. No aces given up, out-serving Team Australia. And of course, Olivia McDonald establishing that dreaded net defense. The attack points of Australia came too late in that set, but all in all, throw away the first 2 sets because at present, the gold medal all boils down to the last 15 points and the deciding third and final set.
Well, for Shauna Polly, Olivia McDonald, their first medal in the Nuvali Open. For Stephanie Fayesh, could be her second. Jasmine Fleming looking for her first gold as well. There's a block by McDonald. Coverage by Fayesh and Fleming.
Ooh.
Oh, what a cut shot there. A trickler off the net for the first point of Australia in set number 3.
But the thumbprint of Jasmine Fleming all over that first point of Australia. She dove, kept that ball in play, and then a lucky trick shot rescued that play. First days of the lead, dating back to set 1 for Australia.
McDonald. Here comes Polly. Overpass. Easy point for Fleming. Good start for Australia.
That's the mystery of any sport. Just when you think you're so good or one team is so good and that it seems unbeatable, when you get to the next phase, I change.
Adjustments. That's the name of the game.
And the mind toughness.
Polly finds an opening and scores the first point of New Zealand in set number 3.
They needed that. Pulling away in a race to 15 is definitely top of mind for both of these teams. From 20 teams down to just 2 in the battle for gold. Australia bringing the bronze medal already earlier, winning in the previous match.
And off the block, Stephanie Fayesh scoring against Olivia McDonald.
Very tough mentally, all these 4 players are.
Yeah. (3-1). Fleming with the serve. McDonald pops it up. Olivia, off-speed hit.
Over Fleming, beyond reach of Stephanie Fayesh. Slim 1-point lead here for Australia.
And the teams will change ends every 5 points.
Sun is slowly going down.
Yeah.
Definitely more comfortable playing conditions.
More and more fans as well trickling into the venue. Court 1 of Nuvali Sands. Fleming passes on to Fayesh. Comes up short.
McDonald acting as a roadblock against the lefty, who could not miss in that set 1 win. Identical scorelines, as you pointed out, 21-13 and 21-13 for Australia and for New Zealand.
Fleming got it down the line.
At times when you clip the net, there are situations when that ball sails out. But with much force, that ball decided to go drop inside the line.
Serving to McDonald, and it's an ace for Steffi Fayesh.
Remember how McDonald scored repeatedly against the first, or rather against the reception of Fayesh in the last set.
Fayesh relocating to serve to McDonald. Olivia. Fayesh right there for the dig. Battle at the net. McDonald winning. And then an easy point for Fleming.
Again, Peya showing us his quickness again. One thing, she's at the right side. The next thing you know, she's scrambling to keep that ball at the left side in play. And Fleming with the clincher. Consecutive points for a 3-point lead in a race to 15, up 6-3.
Well, the target of Fayesh is McDonald. And
again,
gets an ace. Second ace in this service rotation for Stephanie Fayesh.
to add on to that 3-point lead. Advantage stands at 4. Blistering start here for Australia.
Cash prizes for
Again.
both championships.
You play for 4 days. You sacrifice. You handle the weather conditions. You get the precious tour points and the cash money that goes to the top spot, the top team, all the way to the teams that will make it to the round of 16. And the top prize is being fought for by the team in blue. Teams from the Oceania region here in Asia.
McDonald, New Zealand down by 4. Oh, great shot by Shauna Pauly.
First touch for Shauna Pauly, I believe. Because Australia has made Olivia McDonald play for every point, attack her. Reception efficiency as well.
McDonald will serve to Fayesh. Steffi
Wow.
through the block of McDonald.
Unperturbed, fearless. Then coming from Fayesh. First, the reception. And then, the launch pad. McDonald had her number in that set 2 win for New Zealand, but not in this set so far.
Australia able to protect their lead, even if they are committing errors and throwing away easy points.
Shauna Pauly serving. Oh my.
It's outside. Now a 4-point lead for Australia, 6 points away from the gold medal.
Red flag is on. Dangerous times for New Zealand. They need a side out badly at this stage.
McDonald. It's on the
Oh,
line. No,
my.
it's outside, just barely. Back-to-back errors for New Zealand. And the problem is they're out of timeouts.
The jump the gun move of Australia really took its toll on New Zealand. Borrowing a page from what New Zealand did to them in that set 2 loss. A little winded is Olivia McDonald for playing so hard in set 2. That gave them the chance to play in this third and final set.
McDonald gets it through the block of Fleming.
Keeping them alive, although Australia has already hit 10 points. 4-point lead to be chased down by New Zealand, starting now.
Six serving 10. New Zealand still in it, but barely.
Ooh.
Oh, that service really going to hurt now.
You know that she was trying to load. Wanted to go for that line and go for an ace. Backfires. 11 in the game for Australia. Or in the set rather for the Aussies.
McDonald. Yes! Big answer. After that service fault, they needed a point. And she delivered.
Down to 4. But Australia also only 4 points away from bringing home the gold medal.
Fleming with a great pass. Jasmine Fleming attacking. What a pass coming from Polly. Polly scores back-to-back points for New Zealand.
First, big defense, and then superb placement, going long, going deep. 2 straight points. Lead down to 3 for Australia. New Zealand, no more timeout left.
Short serve, Fleming passes. Jasmine Fleming looking for the down the line. McDonald got it. 3 straight points scored by New Zealand.
It's clutch time right now. Pauly and McDonald staying alive, putting pressure on Australia, who calls timeout. Their lead just at 2 points.
New Zealand on a huge run, and that's an understatement. From down by 6 points, they are within 2.
Doubling their effort. McDonald and Pauly joining forces late here in the set. The final set.
Aussies looking for a side out. Fleming. What a diving dig. On 2 for McDonald. Feyesh answers and misses. Steffi Feyesh throws away a point. And now New Zealand within 1.
Unbelievable fight back here coming from McDonald and Pauly. Team Australia now lapsing into a series of errors, but still ahead by 1.
Just when it seemed like New Zealand was out of it, they come storming back. Fleming got it. Big side out for Australia.
Waited for McDonald to descend before striking off speed for a 2-point lead. Stops a big rally here from New Zealand.
But now New Zealand showing us no lead is safe. Pauly. Feyesh pops it up, but it's too far to get. And a side out New Zealand back to a 1-point game.
Almost outside the playing venue. What a match.
And now looking for the deadlock. Olivia McDonald serving for New Zealand. Fleming passes. Jasmine Fleming attacking the defense of McDonald. And misses! The lead is gone for Australia. We're tied at 12 in this gold medal match.
And you can say that Olivia McDonald has cast a giant shadow on Australia. How big was the lead? 6?
6.
Late in the set.
Yeah.
Tied at 12. Tremendous uprising by New Zealand.
McDonald looking for the lead for the first time in set 3. Fleming delivers the side out to put Australia back on top by 1.
From an 11-5 count, Fleming has scored the last 2 points for Australia. Will this be enough?
That is a big question. Fleming, Feyesh holding hands as they change ends because they know how huge these next points are.
Mental toughness, execution, final moments of this gold medal match.
Not a good pass from McDonald. Oh, and just like that, it is championship point for Fleming and Feyesh.
Jasmine Fleming has scored the last 3 points. Dire straits. Excellent response for Jasmine Fleming.
Fleming serving for the gold medal. McDonald looking to save a match point. She got it.
Straight at Jasmine Fleming. The first ball was a bubble, but Polly find a way to get that ball safely to Olivia McDonald.
Now the defense of McDonald will be tested to try and save one more match point.
And the receiving of Fayez, perhaps.
Let's see who Polly serves to. They send it to Fleming. Fleming for the gold.
Oh,
No!
that's in.
No! A monster block by McDonald to save another championship point. And why is it not a surprise? We go to an extended third set.
Given the way this match has been played, anything that we have seen is no longer a surprise.
Yeah. And now Fleming, short pass. Fleming gets it back. It is championship point number 3 for Australia.
Better decision for Fleming to hit away from Olivia McDonald. That duel was expected. This marquee matchup has dictated the last 3 sets.
Fayez serving for the gold now. Here comes McDonald. It's on the line. Olivia McDonald. How many times is she going to bail New Zealand out?
Big time. Big shot. Ice water in her veins. Extended. Deciding set.
3 championship points saved by New Zealand. They have not tasted championship point yet. But they can if McDonald gets an ace here. Big serve coming up. Fayez passes. Oh, nice shot, Fleming on 2. And it's championship point number 4 for Australia.
Up to the task. Stephanie Fayez. First ball leading to this 1-2 play. Defense not ready. Is the gold medal ready for Australia or New Zealand?
Olivia McDonald with a pass. Polly McDonald. A chance to put it away right now. Fayez for the gold medal. Not just yet. Another chance. Fayez. Second try for the gold. And she got it! Stephanie Fayez is a 2-time gold medalist at the Nuvali Open. Meanwhile, Jasmine Fleming, her first gold medal.
How many championship points did New Zealand save? 3. But eventually, Jasmine Fleming saving the day, but Stephanie Fayez clinching the most important point to bring home that gold medal for Australia. Team New Zealand, gallant effort. What a stand, tremendous rally. Hats off to them. They will bring home the silver medal.
Tremendous work by both teams, but Australia, the one team that came out on top and will get the gold medal against New Zealand as you look at highlights in set number 3.
One highlight after another. Australia blitzing New Zealand, building one large lead after another, adding on, putting New Zealand on their heels. But New Zealand found ways to dig deep, and with big fighting hearts tied the scoreline, saved at least 3 match points. Numbers Perhaps not even a perfect illustration on how close that match was. Eventually, Australia will reward itself with a gold medal finish. New Zealand, not bad, with a silver medal ending. Tremendous matchup in that last game.
And aside from the gold medal, the points, $2,500.
That's a
for
lot.
Australia, $2,000 for New Zealand. That's what they take home. And as we wrap this up, we bring you the main event. The gold medal match between two Australian teams. Ben Hood, Oliver Merritt taking on Paul Burnett and Luke Ryan. That is next on Pilipinas Live. After 3 days of action, we're down to the final match of day number 4. Congratulations first to Jasmine Fleming, Steffi Payesh winning the gold medal against Shauna Polly and Olivia McDonald.
In a match that could have gone either way, we saw a little bit of everything in that thrilling win coming from Australia. And we're hopeful that should they be back next year on a possible third Nuvali Open, we'll see more of them. But for now, enjoy those gold and silver medals because they've done well.
And coming up next, it is Paul Burnett, Luke Ryan taking on Ben Hood and Oliver Merritt. This is Hood and Merritt, both teams Australian, so whatever happens, Australia will be at the podium.
The road to the finals, whatever happens, it will be a 1-2-3 finish for Australia. But for now, focus our attention on Hood and Merritt. Top seed in Pool C, sweeping the opposition. Round of 16, needing to win in 3 sets against the defending champions, Adhajani and Purusgari put it out in the last 16. And in the quarterfinals, were able to get past Kitituch and Surin of Thailand in 2 straight sets. Semi-final battle, also a sweep for this talented combination.
Meanwhile, Burnett and Ryan, Coach Ronnie.
Oh yes, no Potts, no Pierce, who ended up with the bronze medal this year. Burnett and Ryan, skyrockets, the aerial voyagers, so to speak. High leapers, intense players, sweeping their pool in Pool D, defeating Japan in 2 sets, getting past Thailand also in 2 sets, unbeaten after also handling the challenge of Potts and Pierce, 21-16, and that scoreline to end that match and lead to a spot in the finals.
Back here at Nuvali Sands for the final game of this exciting second Nuvali Open. And before we get to our protagonists, as we look at the land and sand levelers conditions, thank goodness it's windy because it's still 31 degrees.
But definitely friendlier sun right now. More comfortable.
And put your hands together for Las Filipinas. Rancel Varga, Coach Kyoday, right behind us.
I saw Ranran Lapilla also earlier.
Also, he's right behind us with his kids and his family checking out the action. Gallant effort. 3 teams in the men's division, 3 teams in the women's division. They got as far as the round of 16 for Varga and Buitrago, and up to the quarterfinals for Prohelia and Pagara.
And definitely a much improved performance for our national players. And we know for a fact that they will even be better because this is a part as well of the Southeast Asian Games preparation that will happen come December of this year.
From Singapore, Andy So. Since this is an all-Australia matchup, let's first introduce the Burnett-Ryan tandem. Number 1, Paul Burnett. And number 2, Luke Ryan. And they're going up against number 1, Ben Hood. And number 2, Oliver Merritt. It's Burnett Ryan versus Hood Merritt for the championship in the men's division. Good luck to both teams.
And take a look at Paul Burnett, Luke Ryan. That duo seeded number 4 in the competition. Taking on the number 2 seeds, or make that number 14 seeds, Ben Hood and Oliver Merritt. Merritt gets the first point of this gold medal match.
And this is an aerial show battle. Believe me, 2 explosive teams fighting for the gold.
Paul Burnett
Told
got it.
you. Such a joy to watch.
Yeah. And believe it or not, Paul Burnett, as talented as he is as a beach volleyball player, he's also a qualified dentist.
Oh,
Yes.
interesting.
Merritt. And that is not coming back. In case you guys get confused, in the yellow is Hood and Merritt, and in the pink is Burnett and Ryan.
And
Both
there are names behind their shorts so we can easily identify them.
Burnett with an attack fault, and it's a 3-1 start for Hood and Merritt.
The team in yellow.
Yes.
2, or rather 2 teams which has very tall players.
Right. Burnett pops it up. Paul Burnett stands 6'6" and pounds it over the top of Oliver Merritt, who's 6'7".
That has to be the case given the size and leaping ability of the team in yellow.
Oh, nice serve coming from Luke Ryan.
Tied at 3. A sign of things to come.
If you're wondering, Luke Ryan is 6'5". Just as tall as Ben Hood. And here he is, Ben Hood with a second touch. Merritt sends it outside.
Looking for a block touch. I believe it will be given. Scoring off the block.
And just like that, it's a 1-point game. Although the Burnett
Can you check with your linesman, please?
and Ryan complaining they didn't touch it. All right.
They award the point to
the point is given to the
Australia
other side.
Pink,
There's an overturn by the first referee.
he asked the lineman.
Yeah. By the way, first referee for this gold medal match, Jovin Raceles, is a Filipino.
We heard it. If there was a touch, linesman said no.
So now the serve coming from Luke Ryan. Ben Hood to Merritt. Burnett popping it up. Paul Burnett. Off the block. Hood pops it up on 2. And it's outside for Oliver Merritt.
Excellent decision by Australia 1 to let that ball drop because that ball was way out.
And just like that, after a slow start, Burnett and Ryan up by 2. Good pass coming from... And a nice hit. So the pass and the hit coming from Merritt.
Propelling himself in mid-air once again. Beating the blocker.
Pass by Burnett. Paul Burnett. Right on the line.
Team in pink. Ahead by 2 points.
Again, if you're wondering, Burnett and Ryan seated number 4, while Hood and Merritt seated number 14. That service outside for Burnett.
Top seeds are no longer around.
Yeah.
Last 2 teams standing.
Top seats were Potts and Pierce.
And then Purusgari as well.
Yeah,
Out of the running.
Defending champions are out. Burnett. What an angle, but rejected by Oliver Merritt.
The play at the net is going to be something that's going to be vital.
Yeah.
As the points go on.
Going to be a huge factor here, the blocking of both really tall and
very tall and athletic players.
teams. Oh, what a hit there. Luke Ryan.
Again, ultra athletes
Yeah.
were so good, evenly matched. 1 point lead.
Service outside for Ryan. They give up their 1 point lead. We're tied at 7 as they will change ends every 7 points of the first 2 sets. And then every 5 points of the third set if we ever make it there. A serve by 19-year-old Ben Hood, who's a bronze medalist from the first Nuvali Open.
Representing Australia 3.
And an ace! Oh, yeah! Shouted by Oliver Merritt as they get the lead. It's a 2-point run for Hood and Merritt.
We've seen that consistently from this combo in the last few days.
It's outside, though, for Hood this time. Oh, no team really pulling away. But a lot of fireworks and a lot of power.
As expected.
Merritt on the approach. And a block by Luke Ryan.
Again, the net play.
Yeah.
So essential against power hitters such as all these players. And they know each other so well.
Oh, of course.
Most probably they train together a lot of times.
Paul Burnett. Yes, scoring against the block of Merritt.
Excellent variation coming from the team in pink.
And again, Burnett and Ryan back up by 2. Merritt. Got it.
Wow. Line shot.
How slim of an opening was that?
Very slim.
And again, Hood and Merritt looking for a run. They got a 1 point lead earlier.
To try and overtake this 1 point deficit.
Good serve. Burnett pops it up. Ryan with a set. Burnett rising.
Australia 2 scoring, increasing their lead to 2 points. What more can you say? Blocker has to be there to at least be an obstacle
Yeah.
for a possible easy point.
Hood fakes. Here comes Merritt on the third touch. Easy pickup for Burnett. Ryan sets it up. Paul Burnett. Back-to-back points for Paul Burnett.
Has played extremely well throughout this competition. Burnett and Ryan now with a 3-point lead. Looking good. Merritt and Hood have to respond right now before it gets too late.
Biggest lead for Burnett and Ryan at 3 points, 12-9. First set of this gold medal match. Served by Ryan.
Wow.
Popped up by Merritt. Extremely high. Merritt on the attack. Blocked by Ryan. Hood saves it. And Merritt puts it away.
You have to bite the bullet against the team in pink.
Yeah.
Australia too is so good in terms of net defense. Go for soft shots. They'll go for offensive blocks.
Finally a side out for Hood and Merritt. And Burnett answers right back with a side out as well.
Back to another 3-point lead.
Paul Burnett played here last year with Jack Pierce, who is the partner of D'Artagnan Potts this year. Finished 5th. Burnett with a save.
Wow.
Excellent save, Paul Burnett. He is fired up.
Tremendous dive coming from Burnett. How he got that ball across is a mystery. But the effort is what counts.
And it deserves another look right here. A diving dig with a left hand. And a timeout for Hood and Merritt. Hood and Merritt facing their biggest deficit against Paul Burnett on your screens and Luke Ryan.
Slowly but surely pulling away. Burnett and Ryan building a 4-point lead. Oh,
And an error there on the attack, Ben Hood, as they continue to dig a hole for themselves.
that was rushed. Up to 5.
Hood, Merritt,
Tight.
tough shot.
Indeed. Away from the antenna. Turned out to be a cut shot. This one. Excellent effort.
So a side out for Hood and Merritt. They are within 4. Ryan with a pass. On 2 for Burnett. Easy point.
Appears to be taller. Light on his feet. Excellent pass. Knuckleball delivery for a 5-point lead.
Service outside. Luke Ryan saying it's my bad. Luke Ryan, only 20 years old, just barely out of his teens.
And in the finals.
Already in the finals. Ben Hood, speaking of teens, again, only 19. He's the only teenager in this gold medal match.
So young yet so good.
Yeah. Great serve, but the pop-up by Ryan. Ryan looking to answer. Got
Oh,
it.
nice. Excellent disguise. As if he was going to hit cross court,
Yeah.
but went for the line shot.
Lead back to 5, the biggest for Burnett and Ryan. Put on 2, outside.
Another rush attempt here.
And now the biggest lead for Burnett and Ryan at 6 points, 18-12.
Perhaps they have not seen a deficit as big as this
Yeah.
throughout the last 4 days.
Oliver Merritt. Outside again. Back-to-back errors for Hood and Merritt.
2 points away from a 1-set lead.
Hood on 2. Burnett pops it up, but it's a chance ball for Merritt and Hood. Oliver Merritt battling at the
Oh
net.
my.
Overpass, but the push going long for Luke Ryan.
Could have been their first set point.
But they've still got a very comfortable 6-point cushion, Burnett and Ryan.
Well, you know what? With what I have seen so far this afternoon, anything can happen. But
Just
not
like
with
that.
But not with that.
Oliver.
Too many errors here for Australia, too.
Oliver Merritt sends it into the net. 7 set points for Burnett and Ryan. Hood passes too strong. And an easy put away. Luke Ryan.
Better net play here for him in pink. And Australia 2 winning over Australia 3 in set 1 action.
A comfortable win in the first set for Burnett and Ryan with so many errors committed by Hood and Merritt, 2 Australian teams in the gold medal match of the second Nuvali Open.
And I thought that Australia 2's net defense also made it difficult for Australia 3 to score. And eventually left with only 6 attack points. Not enough. As Australia 2 doubled up on them. And then committing 2 more errors that spelled their doom. Down by a set.
And that is going to be a tough get. Even if you're 6'5", 6'6", that's going to be a tough get for Luke Ryan.
Almost got to it though. First point of set 1
So
belongs to Hood and Merritt.
let's see if they can build on this, because it is win or go home for this set for Hood and Merritt. Burnett on the curl. It's outside.
Good start here for Hood and Merritt. Can they sustain this? Can they stay away from 7 errors that they committed in set 1?
Ben Hood fires one in and gets an ace. 3-0 start for Hood and Merritt in the second set.
That's a big one indeed. Whatever happens in this match, Australia will bring home the gold, the silver, and the bronze medal as well.
Good pass coming from Paul Burnett. What a dig for Ben Hood. Merritt sets it up. Ben Hood on the attack. Is there a block touch? There is a block
Indeed.
touch.
Overpowering Burnett and Ryan. Excellent response coming from Hood and Merritt, who were beaten badly at 21-13.
And an early timeout for Burnett and Ryan, down 4-0, set number 2. Take a look at the men's seeding and rankings coming into the second Nuvali Open.
And again, this was before we started.
Yeah.
This is before we end. And right now, a lot of those teams no longer in action. But of course, those total points will be added on given the number of points that will be merited them at the end of this 4-day event.
So
Hood and Merit way up there.
no more timeouts for Burnett and Ryan. Down 4-0 early in the second set. Ben Hood. Merritt on 2. Got it. 5-0 run for Hood and Merritt.
This is more like it for Hood and
Yeah.
Merit. This is what we saw yesterday off there. May not be the top seeds, these two teams, but they got to this spot, and that's a lot of credit that goes to both of these teams.
Finally, a first mistake for Hood and Merritt gives Burnett and Ryan their first point of set number 2. Hood and Merritt seated number 14, 10 points lower than Burnett and Ryan.
What a serve.
But what a pass coming from Merritt. Merritt on the attack. Blocked by Burnett. Beg your pardon, that block coming from Ryan.
They have to make their move, and it starts with defense. They are to inch even closer. Shot out earlier at 5-0. First scoring run here for Burnett and Ryan.
So no runs allowed for Hood and Merritt after that block by Ryan. Another service fault. So two of the I think that the first point given up, free point given up by Burnett and Ryan.
Stops a 2-point rally here for Burnett and Ryan.
Ryan picked up by Hood. Merritt turns around, sets it up for Hood, and scores down the line.
Hood and Merritt exploding here in set 2 rather.
You're
After
excited.
a slow start in set 1.
You're already excited for set 3, Coach.
You know it's forthcoming if this goes on.
Yes, exactly.
Lights are on.
And nice shot down the corner pocket for Luke Ryan. Remember, we've had 3 setters since the start of the battle for bronze.
Correct.
This afternoon. We have had nothing less than 3 setters.
So what more can you ask for except
Exactly.
why not end this competition with the final 3-setter?
Merritt battling at the net and winning against Ryan.
Emotions are out. Adrenaline flowing. That's the way Hood and Merritt really plays. With a lot of passion and fire.
Luke Ryan serving for Ryan.
Ryan with a serve, and it's on the line. Merritt let it go.
Could this be the start of a big-time rally?
That is the question. From down by 4, Burnett and Ryan within 3 points already. But they serve to the net. Huge error for Luke Ryan.
Same thing that happened to them earlier after a 2-point run. Restores a 4-point lead for Hood and Merritt. Now you can breathe easier.
Well, Hood and Merritt must-win situation right now because they lost 21-13 in the opening set. So they got to win this to extend this gold medal match to a third and final set. Merritt with a nice serve, but Burnett popping it up. Paul Burnett. Hood chasing it down. Merritt. Burnett will set. Ryan will attack.
Wow.
It's outside.
The vertical was there, but the accuracy was not. Come on, says Hood and Merritt. It's our turn. Might be, if this goes on. They're up by 5.
Biggest
Lead
lead.
still remains. All right.
The serve by Oliver Merritt, who studies in the US of A and plays for an NCAA Division II team. But the serve is into the net, so window of opportunity slightly open for Burnett and Ryan to claw back in this set, only down by 4.
Hood and Merritt must realize this series of errors might haunt them.
Here comes Merritt trying to make up for the error.
Well
Easy
read.
pickup for Burnett. Burnett rises. Hood with a dig. But that goes over and out.
Slowly but surely, after being down by the biggest deficit, 1 point closer, that's all you want. Closer and closer to put more pressure on the team that's trying to erase a one-set disadvantage.
Merritt. Nice block by Ryan. Second block for Ryan in set number 2.
Defense is on. We've been harping on this since the start of this competition. Blocking. Net game. Ever so vital. They
And
down to 2.
From a high of 5 for Hood and Merritt. Merritt against Ryan. This time finds a way to score and makes the lead up to 3.
What a way to unload. Very powerful hitter, really. Coming up with that all-important kill.
Service out. Service faults for the yellow shirts of Hood and Merritt. Now at 4, keeping this game close.
Almost half of the total output of Burnett and Ryan.
Hood on 2. There's a block touch on Ryan. Technical timeout, 3-point lead. Hood Merritt against Burnett Ryan in this gold medal match. Well, 12-9 in favor of Hood and Merritt. Technical timeout, second set after the big win by Burnett and Ryan. Right now they're playing catch-up against their counterparts from Australia. Burnett rising down the line. Paul Burnett knocks it in after the technical timeout. And through the fingers of
Setting error.
Merritt.
They're back. And that's dangerous for Hood and Merritt.
So many errors for Hood and Merritt. And there you go.
Not just they're back.
They're
They're
tied.
tied.
Yep. Comeback is complete for Burnett and Ryan. Game is tied at 12 after trailing by as many as 5 points. And now, Hood and Merritt using their one and only timeout at 12 all. Halfway to go here in set number 2. And take a look at the Alas Pilipinas women's beach volleyball team.
They
Leyan
keep
Gamboa,
getting better.
the back. There's Kylen Prohelia right there.
We salute all of your efforts and
Yeah.
sacrifices, and we know that eventually all of you will be rewarded.
In the meantime, 12 all, set number 2, gold medal match. Hood Merritt, Burnett Ryan. All Australia affair. Nice block up top by Merritt. And they're back up by 1.
And that's something that they need to do better. Protect the net.
Excellent side out by Hood and Merritt.
They needed
Remember,
that.
Burnett Ryan, they've never led here in set number 2. A service out for Ben Hood.
Tight points.
Yeah.
When the game is tighter, there's more pressure.
Right. Short pass. Ben Hood. It's
Oh my,
outside again.
oh my.
Back-to-back errors by Ben Hood. And for the first time in set number 2,
Ryan.
the lead with Burnett and Ryan. There's a challenge here, ball mark protocol. So Jovin Racelis, first referee, will check it out. It looked like it was long.
Way out. You can see that
Yeah.
from our spot. Mark don't lie. Because of the sand.
Official decision coming up. It is out. Call is confirmed. But it doesn't hurt, obviously, to challenge if you're Hood and Merritt.
Of course.
First lead for Burnett and Ryan, but they give it up off a service fault by Luke Ryan.
Timing with the gust of wind. Look at that flow and that blow of the wind.
It's as exciting as can be. Gold medal match. Nice serve coming from Merritt. Burnett rises. Hood sets it up. Here comes Merritt. Sends it outside. And there is no block touch according to Jovin Racelis. So the lead back with Burnett and Ryan by 1.
Touch and go. Nip and tuck. Seesaw affair. That's the way straight to the gold. Nothing less.
Hood sets it up. Here comes Merritt. Easy dig for Burnett. Paul Burnett rising.
Oh,
nice
wow.
block by Oliver Merritt to tie the game at 15.
This is the aerial battle that I was referring to earlier. We knew it was going to happen again and again and again. And the team that better defends the net and executes more and scores more at that spot definitely will have the edge.
It is an absolute nip and tuck affair, but how many service faults are ready for Ben Hood? That's at least 2 in the last 3 minutes.
And most of his serves were never near.
Yeah. Burnett Ryan back on top by 1. Hood looking to make up for the service fault. Easy pickup for Burnett.
Against the knuckleball.
Paul Burnett got it again. Biggest lead now for Burnett and Ryan at 2 points.
Decisive turnaround. Remember, we're past the midpoint. 2-point lead at this stage for a team which has chased down a deficit as large as 4 or 5 is definitely huge.
Merritt comes up short. Now the biggest lead for Burnett and Ryan at 3 points. And remember, Burnett, Ryan won the first set 21-13. So now they're just 3 points away from their first gold medal at the Nuvali Open.
Can they bring it on? Can they bring it home?
Oh, what an ace! Huge point for Luke Ryan as Oliver Merritt let it go.
And this pair continues to be stronger, appears to be stronger as the set goes deeper. Major turnaround.
They can probably afford one service fault as Luke Ryan tried to go short this time after going long.
Try to go for another ace, perhaps.
And you understand the adjustment, trying to confuse the opponent. They're up by 3, 2 points away from their first gold medal.
So near yet so far. From down under all the way to Santa Rosa here in Nuvali. Beautiful venue.
Burnett looking to put them at championship point. The dig by Ben Hood. Rally continues. Ben Hood, side out.
Ben Hood's thumbprint all over that last point. Big defense to put away against that superior blocker. Still alive, although behind at this stage.
So break point won by Hood and Merritt. They're within 2 after trailing by 4.
What a serve.
Battle at the net. Burnett pops it up. Burnett blocked. Merritt, another break point for Hood and Merritt. They're within one.
The good thing about what Merritt did was he shadowed that final pass. And before that scramble, he was already there. So the line shot was taken away to save that last play to push them 1 point closer.
Service outside. That's got to hurt Oliver Merritt. Just put Burnett and Ryan at championship points.
7 service errors.
Burnett looking for an ace here. It's not there. Merritt. Blocked!
Wow.
Blocked! Luke Ryan with a monster block to win them their very first gold medal at the Nuvali Open.
It appeared that the team in yellow, Australia 3, would push this match into a possible third set. But Australia 2 appeared to be stronger and were wiser. And they finished the second and final set with an ace and a kill block to sweep Australia 2 or Australia 3. And right now, this team will be rewarded.
The first two-set sweep in the afternoon
Yes,
matches
you're correct.
of the Nuvali Open. It is for the gold medal for the higher seeds. Paul Burnett, Luke Ryan, seeded number 4, taking down the number 14 seeds, Hood and Merritt of Australia as well.
A slow start in set 1 for Hood and Merritt. Told heavily against them. And in the second set, they fought fire with fire. But eventually, as I mentioned, Burnett and Ryan turned out to be better and stronger as the set went deeper. Numbers that will tell you on how Australia 2 defeated Australia 3. The error count, that's 1. The net play, that's 2. And then the last 2 points, an ace and a kill block to close the door, shut the window, and bring home the goal.
And that is the story of the men's gold medal match. Paul Burnett, Luke Ryan win the gold, and that will be around their next minutes from now when we return with the awarding ceremony.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the awards ceremony and the closing ceremony of the Rebisco AVC Beach Tour Second Nuvali Open. Once again, we would like to thank everybody for your continued support from day one, and today the competition comes to an end. The Rebisco AVC Beach Tour Second Nuvali Open would like to thank the following: the Philippine National Volleyball Federation, Rebisco, Seno, Mikasa, Ayala Land, Nuvali Evo Living, Seda Nuvali Hotel, Smart, PLDT Home, Rudy Project, Akari, Volley Station, the Philippine Sports Commission, the Philippine Olympic Committee, and the Asian Volleyball Confederation, and our media partners, Signal, One Sports Plus, and Filipinas Live. And before we start the awarding ceremony, we would like to introduce to everybody the honorable guests to present the awards as follows: the PNVF and AVC President and FIVB Executive Vice President, Mr. Ramon Tatsuzara. The PNVF Secretary General, Mr. Don Caringal. The PNVF Vice President, Mr. Ricky Palou. The PNVF Executive Board Member, Mr. Tony Boy Liao. The Rebisco Sports Marketing and Communications Head, Mr. Kenneth Yu. The First Vice President and Head of Channels and Content of Signal TV Incorporated, Miss Shena G. Olaso. The Estate Development Head for Nuvali Ayala Land Estates Incorporated, Mr. Mark Manundo. And last but not least, the Philippine Football Federation Executive Committee female member, Miss Belay Fernando de la Cruz. Thank you for your presence, ladies and gentlemen, as we now proceed to the awarding ceremony of the women's division. And at this point, we would like to invite Mr. Don Caringal and Mr. Mark Manundo to present the trophies, medals, and prize money of our third placer, $1,500. Third place team is Team Australia. Player number 1, Lizzie Alchin, and number 2, Georgia Johnson. Once again, our third placers are bronze medalists, Team Australia. Thank you to Mr. Caringal and Mr. Manundo. And now to award our second placers, we would like to invite Mr. Ricky Palou and Mr. Kenneth Yu. This is for our second placers for the trophies, medals, and the prize money of $2,000. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our silver medalist, Team New Zealand, with Shauna Pauly and Olivia McDonald. The silver medalist, New Zealand. Congratulations, Team New Zealand, and thank you once again to Mr. Palou and Mr. Yu. And now to present the trophy, medals, and the prize money to the champion, we would like to bring in Mr. Ramon Tatsuzara. The champion will receive trophies, medals, and the prize money of $2,500. and the champion in the women's division of the AVC Beach Tour Second Nuvali Open, Team Australia. Congratulations to Jasmine Fleming and Stephanie Fayesh. Congratulations to Team Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, if able, please stand for the national anthem of Australia. Congratulations once again to Team Australia. We would like to request all the presenters in the women's category to please head on back to the podium for one big photo op with our teams that have won the medals here in the women's division. That would be Mr. Caringal, Mr. Manundo, Mr. Palu, Mr. Yu, and Mr. Susana. Along with our VIPs as well. Miss Olaso and Miss Fernando de la Cruz and Mr. Liao. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations to the winners in the women's division. We would like to request Mr. Tony Boy Liao and Miss Shanna Olazo to please stay at the podium as we now bring in the winners in the men's division. And first up, we now award our bronze medalists. This is actually a 1, 2, 3 from the same country. Our bronze medalist, Team Australia. Taking down trophies, medals, and 1,500 US dollars. The tandem of D'Artagnan Potts and Jack Pierce, our bronze medalist, Australia. All right, congratulations to Team Australia, D'Artagnan Potts and Jack Pierce. We now would like to call on Mr. Don Caringal and Miss Bella Fernando de la Cruz to present the trophies and medals and the prize money of 2,000 US dollars to our silver medalists. And the silver medalists also from Australia, Ben Hood and Oliver Merritt. Thank you very much once again. And now we bring in the awarding for the champion and the first prize of $2,500. We would like to call in the PNVF AVC President and the FIVB Executive Vice President, Mr. Ramon Tatsuzara. And congratulations to our champions, Paul Burnett and Luke Ryan. Congratulations once again, Paul Burnett and Luke Ryan. And once again, we invite everybody, if able, to please stand for the national anthem of Australia. Once again, congratulations, a 1-2-3 finish for Australia. We would like to invite once again our presenters or our VIPs to have a picture taken with all of our victorious teams from the men's division.
And take a look at the executives of Philippine Volleyball, including Signal Executive Sienna G. Olaso and the podium finishers. All Australian lineup of the men's second Nuvali Open.
What a day for Team Australia, bagging gold, silver, and bronze. As we take a look at the prime movers of the PNBF, together with the rest of the winners from the women's category. Job well done for everyone who organized this competition, and we're hopeful that somehow, sooner than soon, we will see these elite athletes once again live and in action here at the Nuvali Sands in Santa Rosa.
It was short, sweet, intense, and a lot of fun.
In reality, world class.
Yeah. Congratulations to the people from the PNVF, the AVC, for putting together such an excellent event. Again, congratulations to all the winners, including Alas Pilipinas men's and women's teams.
Yes, and again, preparation for the Southeast Asian Games. At the same time, the chance to be better till we see each other again. It's our simple message to all of the participants. Job well done for the PNBF, and of course, for Ma'am Shana Olaso.
And thanks to our director, Raul de Ocampo, executive producer, Ada Bayuga, game producer, Jet Montebon, and the rest of our amazing Signal crew. For Coach Ronnie Magsanok, I'm Eric Tipan. Thanks for watching our 4-day coverage of the second Nuvali Open right here on Pilipinas Live.